Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And we are giving the folks on YouTube a little extra look here this week as we get the new website out and about. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Now, we did not run our little strategy overnight. Had we run it overnight, it would have it would be up real time about $300 this morning. We just turned it on at about 9 o'clock and we're going to let it run. The trades will be fully robotic. We don't know, fully what to expect. We have an expectation from the model. And right now it is 9 o'clock. On YouTube, you are on delay, so we're not suggesting that anybody take these trades. We're not making any claims or specific recommendations. We're just showing you how we go about our business of trading. We take a look at the markets. Lots of noise right now. Is the debt ceiling going to get done and yada yada yada? It is what it is. Let's take a look at the S&P. The S&P on a daily basis, Swing Machine has it in a trend and an uptrend. It's been there for 43 days. 43 days. It's delivered not $177, but 177 points. So if you had purchased a call option at 40.27, you would be up 177 points. That'd be like about, depending upon how much time, somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000. Not a bad trade at all. The trend is still intact. The trend is not showing any sign of faltering. There's only one concern, and that is on the fear and greed meter, it's at 80. At 80. At 70, the likelihood that she comes back to the mean is about, over the next 20 some odd days, is about 66%. When it gets to euphoria, it's 95%. So we're getting into the area where we would be expecting a pullback at minimum. At minimum. Doesn't have to. It really doesn't. So we could pull back, and around 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, the Republicans do what they're famous for doing. And yeah, you know what? Let's, give them some more cash, they'll vote the deal and the market will run. So, but that's where we are. Let's take a look at the VIX and put the VIX. Now we got to put the VIX on the same interval, right? So we're comparing apples to apples. And the VIX is at 40. If the market was truly in proportion, it would be down here at 20. So it isn't. It's at 40. So the likelihood is that the market probably wants to get back down into this area and, and closer to 41.55, right? Just means that there's some fear creeping into the market for whatever reasons, purely technical. This is on a daily basis. So that's and we can do this with any and all markets, but we kind of showcase here the S&P because everybody's playing the S&P. Biggest, deepest market in the world. And so we come to the 5-minute. Now we're going to slide this out of view because we don't need it. Now let's take a look at the here in the now. What's happening right here, right now? So this is the S&P futures. And let's just mark this up a little bit here. And I'll don't generally like red, but we'll use red because we do have some short signals, right, to denote. So we have, let's go to the 5-minute. So the 5-minute ES futures contracts, it goes short at what time? At 7:10 this morning. At 7:10. By the way, the VIX on a 5-minute is long at 750. So let me denote that. Bring your eyes to it. Right. So we just. Now, by the way, Swing Machine does not use moving averages. We couldn't get this type of smooth action if we were using moving averages. We'd be all over the map. But it's relatively smooth. And so if a member had shorted the ES at 7:10 this morning at 4202.75, yes, with a mini, they'd be up 350. Okay. Now, if they wanted to take their $300, they can take their 300. If they want to stick around, they can stick around. That's why we don't make any claims about performance. We can look back. We can plug this into a chart and get the trading characteristics. We can get the average run up, the average run down. We can get that kind of data. But what anyone does is what anyone does, right? It can vary, and we're not trading anyone's money. We're not managing anyone's money, but we do make these tools available. So let's just keep running down though. Here is the NQ. I'm not suggesting anybody take, oops, we don't want green. We want red. So let me come back here and do this. So I just kind of show you. I don't do this every day, but so the NQ went short also at 740. Oh, try that again. And if you had taken that, you'd be up about 270 some odd dollars. The Dow is also short here at 750. And the Russell is actually short. It's ripping against the short, but it is short. It's up about 30. And then gold is long. So we'll change the color to long. Gold is long at 720. So everything was moving between 7 and 730. You'd be up 500. And oil is short from 435 this morning, and you would be up. That's on Swing Machine on a 5-minute interval. Now, there's a technique for trading Swing Machine that we teach, trading the 1 and the 5. And some people can just trade the 1, but there is a technique. We're not going to get into that here. We're not trying to. No, we did. Boo Boo's asking what we did at the yesterday, so I'll answer that question in a moment. So there's a number of different ways to do this. And if it's on your desktop, you can choose the markets that you want to trade. So it can be different. We put all the indices on here because most of our members are focused on all the indices, but probably not a good idea to have them all there. Maybe 2 of them, 2 of the 4. I would drop the Dow. And some people use the 2-minute and the 2 and the 7 as an interval. And you can use this. We don't talk about this side of the tool, but you can see here, well, we can use this for counter trading. So I won't get into it because it takes a little too much time. And again, you're on delay, so we're not showing you this so that you can, start picking off trades. And I don't think that's something, it's up to you, but Jarbread, but you want to be doing is shadowing somebody online just to, to pick off trades. So Boo Boo's asking us, did we get short this market? We have, right? We have. Now we trade intraday. By the way, so the strategy here, when I finish the SMC Trend Seeker, we did not run it overnight. We just turned it on a moment ago and it hasn't had any trades. Had we run it, it would be up real time a few $100. So it didn't do a whole lot. Oop. I got to take this call. It's the hosting company. Bear with me a moment. Okay, sorry about that. The way that we will, so we do have some short positions on, namely for the reasons that we mentioned. Now, we have other tools that our members get to see on a nightly basis. One is called the Nicholas timing model. That model is long. Swing Machine, even on an hourly, and we can take the S&P, for instance. So we can change this. So if we're going to start looking at, how do we want to play for the next few days, next few weeks, we can come in and change the interval, right? So we can even look at a, actually it's on the 60-minute, on a 60-minute went short 13 hours ago. But what we will do, Boo Boo, is if we're looking to play, so, and this is going to be the same as the S&P. So the daily, right? So the daily has been long for 44 days, 44 days, long time. But because we were up here at 80 and 90, we started adding to our option trades. So we put on options that go out, 30, 40 days, right? So when we're trading intraday, we're trading futures because they're highly liquid. They are open 24/7. We can get out our bread and we can trade with surgical precision. When we want to get into a position trade going out a few days, a few weeks, maybe a few months, we're going to use options and we're going to define our risk, and we just need to get in the vicinity. We just need to hit the side of the barn, more or less. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, this particular strategy we've been working with here for a few weeks, called the Trend Seeker, and we're running it on a different. I was on NVIDIA and on Hype, killed it. Did your system flag that as a long tray? So Boo Boo's asking us on YouTube. Thanks for asking. So we get a chance to plug in. So he was long NVIDIA. All right. So let's so what you have to ask, so we can go in. Let's punch in NVIDIA. Now, I wouldn't trade NVIDIA intraday, right? I wouldn't trade any stock intraday. Why? Because you use too much capital. It's trading at $300, 100 shares is like 30 grand. Why would you do that? And but I would trade it on a daily or a weekly or a monthly. So and Abco is Broadcom. So let's put in NVIDIA, NVDA, and let's put it on a daily view. So Swing Machine went long NVIDIA, a daily long, 96 days ago. 96 days ago. It delivered not $241, but it delivered 241 points. It went long at 160.01 at 4 p.m. on January 11th. Now, the trend is up. The trend is solidly up. On the fear engage, she is in euphoria. So Boo is saying that, he got out of it. I don't know where he got into it, but I think that was a good, as a trader, I think that's a good call. Can she go higher? Yes. But the likelihood, not the guarantee, the likelihood is that NVIDIA over the next 20 to 30 days is going to come back to about 322. The likelihood is about 95%, not 100, but 95. By the way, if you want to see the dollars, let me do this for you. So one of the things that could have been done if you were in this stock, rather than selling the stock, you could have sold calls against it. So if it's trading at 375, what I probably would have done was maybe go to like 360 or something and sold calls, and you could have collected about 40 points. And then if the thing pulled back to to 322, then you keep the call money. So that would have been, I probably would have gone that route, especially if it was in a retirement account. But either way, you wouldn't be buying NVIDIA now. If you want to see the money on Swing Machine, you want to say like, well, how much? So this calculates all the purse. So let's put this, and then we'll take a look at Broadcom. Let me show you what you can do. Let's see if we can do this here. All right, so I can change this from futures to stock, and this will recalculate the purse. So let's say that we make this true, and let's say that we put in not 100,000, but let's say we're going to allocate $25,000. Now it's going to really mess up our futures, but I may not even keep score on the futures, but it's going to be $25,000 on NVIDIA. So watch what's going to happen here. So let's see if we can do this here to show you. So there you have it. So if you had put in $25,000 with Swing Machine 96 days ago on January 11th, you would have $37,000 in profit. That works. And now that's a daily trader. You might say, well, I want to be an investor. All right. Change it to a weekly. On a weekly basis, Swing Machine is about the same time. And on a monthly, though, it's pretty dramatic. Watch. We've already done this, so I already know. So in the monthly on Swing Machine, went long NVIDIA 115 months ago at $3.90 back on 2013. That's split adjusted, and you'd have $2.5 million. So let's Broadcom. Broadcom, you know, where did they get the symbol? But AVGO, that's Broadcom. So these are all the chips. So let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom went long on a month. We'll come back the other way. On a monthly basis, 121 months ago, long, and you would have turned 25 grand into 500,000 at 37.73, 4 p.m. on 5/31/2013. The monthly trend is solidly up. And yes, you're in monthly euphoria. You really need to be thinking, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but, you know, I'd be taking my bread, you know, or selling calls against it. And then on a weekly basis, as an acid test, let's put this on a weekly basis. Broadcom went long 26 weeks ago at this price, at this time, on this date. Once again, trend is solid and it is in euphoria. And then on a daily, let's drop it down to a daily. And 17 days ago at 6:30. So 25 grand, you'd be up 6 or 7 grand. Now we're gonna put this back though, and for our purse, for purposes of calculating our purse, we put this back into futures mode. So we just say true. We're not gonna. So you can have a radar or a Swing Machine for stocks or for futures. Now we put it back into futures mode, and we can get. And let me clear off these markings now so we can just have this nice and clean. I put those in, not the machine. And oops, there we go. Right. So, and we'll get rid of Broadcom. Broadcom's living 173 points when it's like this. And let's put this back. ESM 23. Okay, and that's the daily. So we're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna use the daily trading intraday. We're gonna use our intraday signals. So I'll be here if you have any other questions. Do you ever do those trades, or do you ever do those trades? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Do we do them all? No. There's more opportunity than we can't. More opportunity than one has money for. But yeah. We Susan and I we trade futures intraday, and we trade options, you know, anywheres from, you know, really several days to 30 or 40 days is our sweet spot. And then we are prepared to invest, but we're not now. We don't have any monies, you know, that would, you know, long term at this point. No. But it doesn't matter what we do. Doesn't matter what anyone else does. It only matters what you do. You will get to that point. And the other point, I guess, that I would just say to Boo Boo is that you want to be diversified in what you do. Not necessarily, not Jim Cramer, am I diversified? Jim, when he does, I own Exxon, I own Halliburton, I own, ConocoPhillips. Am I diversified, Jimmy? I'm not talking that type of diversification. I'm talking diversification in what you can do. What you can do. So, so when you have something like NVIDIA, it may not be a decision just to buy or sell. Maybe, you could, like I say, you could have come in if you had the skill set, and I'm not knocking anybody. Maybe you did and just chose not to do it. But, can you, are you comfortable selling some covered calls? There. Options, especially selling covered calls, is a great way to go. It's a great way to go. And this is a great tool. Now, this is only one tool, right? This is only one tool that we have. Our members get them all, our annual members, and we have other radars. We have another radar that will actually select your option trades and tell you what would be best to use. And by the way, if this trend seeker puts in a trade, and yesterday the trend seeker produced netted 2,700. We'll see what it does today, and I don't know what it's going to do. I don't know, but it's triggered, it's armed, and while we're talking, if it has a trade, it will put it in up here, right? And we're taping this. We'll if you get on a mailing list and you want a copy, we'll send you a copy. I don't know what it's going to do. You can never know. What we can get an idea for and what we're measuring is, though, we run a back test on it, and so we know we have a certain level of expectation, and we want to measure how we do against that. Let me show you just another radar, if I can, as an example, and this one is very, very good. And this is called the we're going to bring this into view. It's a little bit different here. So that we call this the options defined risk. It's a club selector radar. And what we can do is sort this, and we plug it in with all the S&P stocks in here. It's blue because it's stocks. And if we scroll down, it's telling you from here up the stocks that you might be interested in getting long and what you might want to do. Would you want to sell a put credit spread? So for instance, on this one, it's saying, you know what, you might want to buy a call on, please don't do this, right? We're not making a specific recommendation here, but ABBV, and maybe you would take this and put this through your own process a little bit and say, yeah, maybe I do want to do it, maybe I don't. Schlumberger, it's suggesting a put credit spread. So, and Alta is suggesting a call at basically where it is at about 409. With options, and here's another one. This is Advanced Auto Parts. On the other side of the ball, let's see here. Gotta widen this out. There we go. You can see it. It will give us the dark side. So over here, your puts and put credit spreads. These are all defined risk. Now you could do something different. I mean, but these would be the stocks that we would be looking to fade. And these would have been showing up last night. So Tesla, these are very, very good. Very, very good. And then if you want iron condors, we even can give you iron condors. I'm sorry. Do it this way. I'm going to just sort them. We don't have any. Oh, there they are. There are the iron condors. Now, iron condors, these are the stocks over on the left, and they're a neutral strategy. So they show up on both sides of the ball, and these stocks are dead in the middle. And you might go down on your delta chain, at 20 or 30% and get the wings and do some iron condors on something like, any one of these type things. But this is how one of the other tools that we will use. Another tool on these radars, and this one's very, very good. Just to show you, bear with me. This one is called the Pebble Beach, and this is awesome. Now we used this before we used Swing Machine. So this is called the SMC Trade Generator Pebble Beach triggers, and it's populating right now. So it's scanning the 500 stocks, and it's generating sell and buy signals right now. And we're getting a sell signal on McKesson. And it came in at 381, and these are all today. And it's delivered. The purse is calculated on $10,000. So this one here is up 8%. What is this? This is Hewlett Packard short. Now I'm not crazy about shorting a $14 stock, but maybe getting long, so we can just click on it and you can see. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Yeah, that looks like it's coming in too. Here's Intel, a buy on Intel. That looks pretty good. Here's a sell on McKesson. I wouldn't, yeah. And just looking at this, so we can discern, you want to have some trading skill. The first, it would have been another sell up here. That would have been pretty good. Or if I owned McKesson, when we got up here, probably would have come down here and sold some 370 calls, collected all that money, and then as she pulls back, I could close that money and keep it and stay in the stock. And I'm not bearish McKesson at all. She's just come down and filled this little gap. And what is this? This is Xylem. Let me just look at it, and that looks pretty interesting. And then VLO is a sell. That's what's going on with that. Yeah, so you can put it through your own filter, but they'll be populating, and you can see there have been, don't count the label row, there have been today 10 signals, and they're in the money on all 10. Not unusual at all for us to get 20 or 30 signals a day and be in the money in every single one of them. This is a really, really good tool. And you can trade it as actively as you may want to do it. And if I can get my, oops, okay, got stuck there. And what else can we show you? And if you like to use Rinko, we haven't had any orders, by the way. We haven't. It's in if we had run it overnight, it would have been short. We can see that, but we're not in it. If you like to use Rinko, point and figure, range bars, the big issue there is getting the right sizes on the bricks. And so we have another radar. We call this the SMC Brick, Box, and Range Bar Dynamic Calculator. What does this do, Bagger? Well, let's say that you're an intraday trader. It's going to tell you the brick size that you should be using on the ES or the NQ, or on oil, or if you want to even use a stock, if you're trading NVIDIA, what size brick should you use? Let me see if I can show you here. Well, it'll tell you the brick size for a stock as well. And it'll tell you what the value is. Now, the value on a stock is the value, but in terms of futures, 3 points is, 160 some odd dollars. If you want to mimic a daily swing trader, it'll tell you the brick size. If you want to be an investor, it'll tell you the brick size. You want to have the right brick size. Most people, what they do is they size the bricks based on the amount of money they want to risk, that's okay, but we don't think that's a good thing because that can get one into a lot of different problems. So that makes sense. Um, was good uncle? Was good uncle? I'm not sure. Do you ever trade or mainly futures? But I think, where a person will get to, I mean, our evolution, I've been doing this a while, right? So we're not from Wall Street, right? But there's a lot of good investment programs out there and trading programs, and I'm not going to trash any of them. And I've used a lot of them over the years. Started with the IBD, the Investors Business Daily in the 80s. So I've been doing this a while. And there were some others. What happened basically is in the 2000s. Okay, so there's the first order. All right, so we're going to let the machine. I did not put that trade in, right? I don't even have eyes on it. That we'll just see what it does. Now, that trade, could have a draw, right? We're not suggesting that any of these tools in any way are some sort of ATM. So you shouldn't look at them that way. They're not. They will get trades. They will have drawdowns. They will have losses. You have a decision to make, what market do you want to trade? What program do you want to run? And do you want to scalp it? Do you want to intervene? I could intervene at any point in that strategy. I'm not going to. It's early in the day, and I'm not going to. And I'm not trying to demonstrate anything, right? So that thing may run up and make, some nice money, and it might run down and lose some money. But I'm not here to demonstrate an outcome. I am here to demonstrate and chat with you maybe about what it is you're doing and how you're looking at the markets, if that makes sense. And when I found myself saying to Susan in the early 2000s, after doing it and having some fairly good success, was, Susan, this is really ridiculous. Okay, because today it's NVIDIA, right? It's NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has been a horse, and it's running and running, 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 right? And before that, it was Apple, and you know that. But before all of those, as an example, and you guys maybe were in high school back then. I mean, I'm older now, but America Online, AOL. I mean, those people were rabid. Yeah, it was going to take over the world. Remember the dial-up thing? Well, it was a stock, and it went up and up and up and up and up, right? There was another one, Sun Microsystems. Oh, you make NVIDIA look like a piker. God, the thing doubled every couple of weeks. It was crazy. So there were dozens of these things. CMGI, was the incubator for anything internet. These stocks went to zero. When they pulled the plug on them, they went to nothing. JDS Uniphase, oh my God, ran and ran and ran. They went to $2 and then gone. I think it's still traded for pennies on the dollar. You know, they will all do it. So you can make, and this whole thing about a bubble, you can make money in bubbles on both sides. So we don't fight it. We just fought. All we want to do is just what I said to Susie was, can we just, we're never going to know. I'm not going to be able to go and interview the CEO at McKesson and know the ins and outs of their business. I'm just not going to have that kind of knowledge, that depth. The best I could hope for is maybe some general ideas, which I think is a great company and in a great industry and very uniquely positioned. I do. So I would be at that level. I'd be bullish, but to try to do it, across industry sectors and to do it day after day, week after week, year after year, you can make some mistakes, and they can be very, very painful. So I said, what if we were to develop a systems approach and track the money flow so that we could come in and do just that? So as an example too, and if you want me to punch in any other stock, I'm happy to do this, right? So if you have a stock and you want me to punch it in, happy to do it. So we didn't invest or buy GameStop. But as an example, had one of our members said to me, or if one of our members had his swing machine set up and he came across Roaring Kitty, who was recommending GameStop when GameStop was trading at $3.50 in August of, what was it, a year or two ago? Now time goes by. This was GameStop. What you could have done was plugged in GameStop into Swing Machine. And we went back and did this, right? It was there. It's other people talk about timestamp. Swing Machine timestamps this. I mean, the signal is the signal. I mean, it's there for posterity's sake. So, and again, I'm happy to answer the test. So when I punched it in, now I did this after GameStop had run, but I wanted to know if somebody had done that in August. And Swing Machine had GameStop when Roaring Kitty first started talking about it and recommending it. It was in what we call a rip. So it was short, but it was ripping against it. So I would not, if I was following Swing Machine, I would not have bought it, but I would have kept it maybe on my watch list. So when you have stocks that are Swing Machine is short, those are your watch lists. You want to get them when they're coming out. You want to get NVIDIA when it's coming out of the short signal. So if you got a bunch of stocks that are doing poorly, and are trending down and Swing Machine's got them a short, those are the ones you want to watch. About 4 or 5 days later, though, Swing Machine would have gone long GameStop. So Roaring Kitty was talking about it about $3.90, and then Swing Machine got long at about $4.25 or 30 cents. And now, did it get long because everybody started buying? Presumably so, maybe. If you had put $10,000 into, or it was not even 1,000, 5,000, it was 1,000 shares. If you had bought 1,000 shares of GameStop at $4.50 with Roaring Kitty and said, hey, your Swing Machine's long, I'm going to go with it. From August to December, it went to euphoria. And guess what? It didn't come back. It was one of the 5% that didn't come back. And it went to $500 a share. Now, when we get to 300 or 400, I mean, I would have been gone. But it, is there. So Swing Machine is meant to be a tool, an objective, consistent tool, so that in the privacy of your own home or office, that you can take a stock that maybe got mentioned to you or, just came across your radar and plug it in on an interval of your choosing and get a read on it. That is the idea. So to go back to where Susan and I were back in the early 2000s, they didn't finish. I said, Susan, it isn't this silly. I really, I said, isn't this asinine? Their stock's going to do this because all the corporate people, they lie like a rug, right? They don't tell the truth. They lie. They want to get their stock options. And so it's like, I can't trust them. But then the financial people, I didn't trust any of them either. They were terrible. Why do I want to trust some guy? So, what to do? And that's what's so, well, what the hell are we going to do? So, well, I said, wouldn't it be nice? I had spent my career with surgeons. I said, wouldn't it be nice if we could look at the markets with a surgical approach? Because when I would spend my time with surgeons, they didn't like come in and say like, hey, we're going to do a hernia today. And hey, let's do it this way. or we're going to do a total knee this way. Let's do it that way. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. They didn't change. They were very boring. Their approach, they did exactly the same thing every single time, to the point where it was fairly predictable, almost, exactly the same surgical approach. And I said, maybe we could, take what we know and our skill set. And Susan was, had worked from IBM and Lotus Software, and we could write some systems and have a systems approach to trading, Susan, and track the money flow. And Susie hadn't been doing any of the investing, but she's like, yeah, I like that idea. That makes sense, Don. Let's try to do that. And a lot of trial and error, though. a lot. Had to put a lot of money at risk. I had to, we had to do a lot of time. And I will say this, thank God I involved Susan, because many times in the early years, I wanted to quit. And she's like, you're not quitting. Yeah, no, you're not. Because what she would say is, we can't go back, Don. We can't go back to do that. We know it's bullshit. And thank God we didn't quit. Stock Market Caddy didn't come about until 10 years later. We had already set out to do this. We didn't do Stock Market Caddy until about 2012, 2013. And I almost made it around our surgery experience. It almost was going to be, I don't know what it would have been, but Susan thought that would be gross. She said, I think it should be something more fun. I said, okay, well, we were watching the movie Bag of Ants. People know that story. And so we did it around the game of golf to try to make it more fun. But as opposed to, pointing to it, going through a residency, or, instead of a Q school, that sort of approach. But that's a little bit of where we came from. That was the background of it. A big part of this, and I didn't expect to go here, but I want everyone to know this. Please understand, we don't sell individual programs. And it's by design, because if we were to sell individual programs, I thought that I would have an expectation that individual program is going to do X, Y, A, B, C for me. And these individual programs can, but it's more of a process, and you have to apply them. And so we would rather give everybody everything, all the radars, all the strategies, everything that we have, so that you can pick and choose what you want to use at that given time. It's a very dynamic place, as opposed to, one golf club. You have them all, is the idea. But the other big piece to this is it's learn to trade your game. I'm not one of these CNBC assholes, and they are assholes. Dan Nathan has been telling everybody to short NVIDIA. He has been telling everybody to short the QQQs for the last 2 or 3 months. I see it on the Twitter sphere. They draw their trend lines. Downtown Josh Brown, I think he sold cars out on Long Island. Nothing against selling cars. Everyone's got to make a living. But, give me a break. Give me a break. Susan and I worked our whole lives. I want to turn on CNBC and listen to one of those assholes and filter that and put my hard-earned money into a market based on that? Not a chance in hell. And I was saying that 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I was, in fact, we actually had the idea, and I've already been through this, been past it, but I don't even think about it until now. We were actually had Twitter before Twitter was Twitter, we would have the TV in the office. Now, I haven't had a TV in my office for years, right? And if you have one, get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Listen to music, read a book. I would get so furious with the CNBC clowns in the early 2000s that I would email them, but not in an email message. I would just in the subject line, Joe Kernan, Joe Bag of Donuts, you're this, you're that. I'd be so furious. And I had nicknames for him. Becky Not Too Quick, Joe Bag of Donuts, Steve Wiseman, and but I was basically tweeting them because they would read the subject line in their emails and they would respond in kind. They would respond. And when I thought about it afterwards, I'm like, damn, when Twitter came out, I was like, we've been doing that for a couple of years. We were just communicating with subject lines back and forth to them, and they would respond. They would take it real personal. And we would, want to zing them. Total waste of time, right? It was a total waste of time. So, but that's, we didn't know any better. We didn't, we were learning, and everyone was telling us, you can't do this, you shouldn't do this, this is not right, yeah, okay, sure. And they're still doing it. Giadami, very nice guy, I guess. But he was telling to short the S&P. I can remember it was 1962, then 1900, 1972, 1982. He kept, then finally, and then the chart man, he draws the trend lines, right? And he redraws the trend line, and he redraws the trend line, and then he goes, it's like two pairs, it could go up or it could go down. Okay, and there's some truth to that, but you want to have a systems approach to manage it. Now, that trade that's up there, by the way, has had a drawdown of $145 and has had a run up of 710. Maybe those of you that are on YouTube going through, maybe you would have taken the money. Maybe one of our members, would have wanted to take the money. That's okay. Take the money. That's why we can't really say the performance. We can look at the trading characteristics, and let me go do that. Let me go. I'm going to go to where the strategy is running on the NQ, and I'm going to look at the back, what we call the back test, because I want to see the model over the last 2 weeks. It's only over the last 2 weeks. So I'm going to come in and look. And so let me look here. All right. The average winning trade is over the last 2 weeks is $1,200, so it got up to 700. Maybe, that would have been a reason to take it, could have. I didn't, but the average losing trade is 376. That's the average. So it gives us something to shoot against. The average drawdown is 336. The average run up is almost 1,000, 891. So that back test gives me something to measure against. And I can intervene mechanically. Does that make sense? So in any case, though, I won't ramble on. We just want to give everybody a chance. We got our new website. We're going to do something, by the way. This is, our members can hear us on our Zoom link. This is what we're gearing up to do. This is what we learned. We had wanted to do more with the website and have member pages there, but it turned out to be it slows the website down and presented some issues. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a second website, and it's going to be for just members. This is the plan. And it'll be probably, SMC for Stock Market Caddy, and it'll probably say like the Pro Shop or the locker room. And this isn't going to be a public website. It'll be up on the internet, but it'll be private. And in that website will be the nightly videos, but it'll also have everything else, because what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to communicate with our members on a regular basis, on an intraday basis, throughout the year, but we don't want to be spamming anybody. And we don't want to be, sending emails and that sort of thing. So what the idea will be is when we have opportunities, and this website will have, the nightly video, it will have the Nicholas position, it will have the option, and we will be able to populate the opportunities, and we'll just put it in there. And then our members will be able to go to the private website and look and see whenever they want, and see, and it isn't so much even the opportunities, but to see how we are using. So gentleman Boo Boo on YouTube asked a question, are you doing this? Yes, we want to be able to show what how we're using the tools, because there's a lot of tools and there's a lot of neat things that you can do. So bear with us. I think we'll have that. We've been kind of on a roll on this website business. I think we'll probably have that done by the end of the month is the plan. That's the plan I think we're going to do. So I hope that makes sense. That's what we're up to. So if you want us to plug in any other stock, pretty wild though to think that you think you say Nvidia. I at one time, during the .com, I owned thousands of shares of Nvidia in the 90s. I absolutely did. It's been around a long time. I'm fairly certain. I know I had it, but I also had Sun Micro, and I can remember. Hold on one sec. What I was going to say is that I remember one time I was always paying attention to. I think whatever job you do, you want to pay attention to what's going on around you. So my environment was in the hospital, namely in surgery. So I was always paying attention to what was being used. And I can remember I was in Orlando, and I was calling on one of my hospitals. I was coming out of surgery in the Florida hospital. I was coming out the back of the hospital. The purchasing and everything is in the back. You come out the back, and the loading dock was stacked with computers, hundreds of them. And they were all marked Sun Microsystems. I'm like, what in the world? And I remember I went in, I'm like, what's all that? They're like, oh, they're servers. I hadn't even really heard of Sun Micro. I really hadn't. And so this is the 90s. And I'm like, what in the world's going on? Oh, you got to have these servers. They had hundreds of them. I got home, was like, boom, punch it right up. Bought a ton of Sun Micro. But so did everybody else. And I never would have thought in a million. I would have thought and I love the CEO is a guy by the name of McNeely. I never would have thought that Sun Micro would have gone to like $2 a share. But they ended up, things went to the cloud, and their valuation was crazy, and they didn't need any servers. But pay, from a stock standpoint, the old Peter, was it Peter Lynch, would talk about, just pay attention to your surroundings. You will see them, whatever it is you're doing, especially, if you're in a job or something and that exposes you to it. So, there was another one, that I had to pinch hit for another, surgery guy, and the doctor was using a lap band for bariatric surgery. instead of doing all the stapling and stuff. I'm like, what in the world's that? Wow, that's really cool. I started asking him all kinds of questions, and turns out he had an affiliation with the company. He was up in Pasco County, some little hospital, and there was this little company called Inamed, and they made the lap band. I got my little ass home and bought some shares of Inamed. And then unfortunately they got bought by Allergan, and then they got bought by somebody else. I forget now. But so there's a place for that, but at least you could come in. And if there are any other stocks, I'm happy, so what I didn't have then, we didn't quite have, the first one we had was the Pebble Beach. And that was really a trade generator, but we didn't quite have Swing Machine. So if I had a stock today, so like Tesla, let's just plug in Tesla. If somebody said, I'm thinking about how about Netflix? Everyone's talking about Netflix, on CNBC, right? Are they gonna, I guess everyone's cheating their subscription service. So, which I think is kind of silly, but all right. So we're not going to trade Netflix on a 5-minute, right? You could, but it wouldn't be a good use of capital, because if you traded Netflix, 100 shares is what, $40,000. Why do that? But let's trade Netflix with options on a daily basis. Oh, that would have worked. Netflix. So, maybe it's just on your watch list. Maybe you got Netflix and you got Nvidia and you got Broadcom and you've got what you've got. You can't trade them all. Netflix on a daily. It goes long 16 days ago. At what price? 332.14. At what time? 4 p.m. on May 9th. That was 16. If you bought a call option on Netflix at 332 for 30 days and you got 63 points, you probably have what, about six or $8,000. That works. Now, if you want to be an investor in Netflix, like, well, I'm not going to be a trader, I'm going to be an investor. Let's put it on a weekly. It's been long for 21 weeks and, it's delivered the same amount of points. So all that money was mostly made in the last, on a daily. Good reason to be a trader, right? And then, but on a monthly basis, this is where you're going to get blown away. Actually, no, I'm surprised, actually. So Netflix on a monthly has been short for 14 months and he's underwater. He is underwater at 200 points. So that would not have been a good call. Would not. I don't think it's a good idea to short stock long term. I just don't think that is a good idea. We can put this on an hourly basis. It is a rigged game, right? So it's not good to take up a short position in the stocks, in a stock or the stock market for an extended period of time if your risk is not defined, and it just isn't. Do not think for a moment that it is a fair fight, that stocks have to go down as much as they go up. That is not true. Never be true, because the asset gatherers, there's just much more impetus, always is, always will be, because people will not part with their money and will not send their money to Wall Street into the bankers if somebody tells them a bad, scary story. They got to be told good stories. So, anywho, we'll let you watch. Any questions, let us know. The strategy is still running. It's still in that same trade. This one right here, and we're watching it. It's had a draw of 470. It's had a run up of 710, and we're just leaving it alone. It isn't trading Swing Machine. It isn't, and we're not at the moment. We're keeping Swing Machine up, but it's just doing its thing, and we're just going to let it run. If you have any questions, let us know. We're happy to, it can be on anything, you want us to punch anything in, from a trading perspective. I think you're trading, I'll just say this too. It matures. You get to a place where it feels good to get an individual trade. It always does. And it always hurts to, but you'll get to, I think what we get to is that the individual trades just don't have any meaning. What we're doing is we're using our trading capital to generate cash flow, and we measure that by the use of what we call profit factor. So yesterday, for instance, the strategy ran, it netted $2,700. We had no losses because it only had 2 trades. So we used the commissions. We used a total of $6 in commissions. So what is our profit factor? Our profit was $2,700 less the 6. That gives us our net. And if we divide the 2, though, it came out to 455, meaning for every dollar that we either lost or paid in commissions, we made $455. Right? The profit factor keeps us focused on the process, keeps us focused on the cash flow, and it's an effort. You have to work at it, but not focused on an individual trade or an individual money run up or run down. That's easier said than done, but we've done this a lot, and there is a process to it, and you do you will work through that, and there's very specific steps that we ask folks to do to get through that. When you're trading mechanically, there are basically again, I didn't expect to do this. We've got a few folks. I just kind of explain this the way we think about it. There are only 4 ways to trade: trend follow long, trend follow short, counter trend, counter trend. That's it. Only 4 ways. And you need to know what type of trade you're putting on, because it can help you set your expectations. The other, what we call styles of trading, though, there's discretionary. I'm going to buy NVIDIA because of, whatever. And in discretionary, basically what you're doing is you're trading what you see, what you hear, what you think, or you're trading what someone else sees, thinks, or hears. You're basically trading your gut. I do think that you want to have some good discretionary trading skill, and some people with excellent trading skill. The gentleman Boo Boo, he got into NVIDIA, that's really, really good. It's good to have that. But if you're going to trade for a living, doing that day in and day out can get really old and really hard. So what we try to do is move folks from making sure that there are certain steps you can do to become a really, really good discretionary trader, so that you can take the bullshit you hear from Dan Nathan and plug it into something and say, like, the guy's crazy. But then we try to move a person to becoming a mechanical trader. What's the difference? In a mechanical trading, you're trading something very specific. You're trading maybe swing machine. I'm trading the 5-minute, and you know what? I'm up 800 and I'm not down that. I'm doing, you're following something mechanical. And there's a lot of reasons to do that. And then we try to move the person into that realm. We think they're going to do a lot better having a mechanical golf swing. And if they practice it, it becomes fluid. It looks effortless. And then we try to move them into what we call robotic trading, where the machine is putting on the trade, which is what you see up there. It's easier said than done. It takes some practice. most of our members will live in the realm between the two. So I could intervene, I could do some things in between. So they're either mechanical or robotic. And then the last stage is where you'll spend hopefully the rest of your life trading. And that is where you become a robotic hedger. And you can be running two markets or multiple systems competing against each other. And why would you do that? You do it so that you try to smooth out your account value is the idea, and your account volatility. But there's a process to all that. And you can have all the tools in the world. You can have all of them. And if you haven't gone through it and you start reacting, purely to the money, or reacting to somebody on CNBC or, whatever, or, buddy recommends something, and then, you're going to struggle. And it just takes time and a lot of practice. Everything that you see on Swing Machine, now we have, 60 or 70 different, not, radars, strategies, indicators, and all of the radars, all of the indicators, there's a lot of different things that you can do with them. You can turn them all into any aspect of this can be turned into it, and we have it into a strategy. Like this could be traded over here, and this could be traded. This when we first developed this is like, well, which is going to be more successful, and we settled on this criteria here. But it can be done robotically. You can also set up alerts on anything and everything. And those alerts could be sent to your phone. They could be sent to emails. And see, this is the sort of thing too, that why we feel a need to get this, maybe, think of it as a support website. I don't know if anybody heard, but we have, we had a website for 10 years and I didn't realize it wasn't secure. And it wasn't very user friendly. It was self-built, so we had to get that updated, and we did this one ourselves too, and but at least it's secure. But we're going to have, the plan is to have a second website that is totally private. It'll be and our members will be able to access that website to see what we're looking at, because we do a nightly video at night, but there's a lot of other things going on too. There's a lot of other things, and we don't want to be spamming people with emails, and so that's the plan. So we'll have so members will have a access to a private website, and so they'll be able to go in and say like, okay, well, what what are we looking at in terms of the options and whatnot. Okay, so the machine just took a hit, and that's fine. So that's actually her first loss in 2 days. So let me I want to go, and I'm going to generate a report. I want to see what that's done. So I can go at the push of a button or two. I can go to TradeStation and go to what we call a trade manager analysis. Now we did have a run up, right? So this is the thing where it gets into performance. That thing, you remember, had a run up of 700 some odd dollars, right? a member who had that strategy on, he may have been, or she may have been looking at something and said, or maybe Susan, like, you know what, the average run up is 1100. I'm taking the 600, a 700, a 500. Maybe they did that, so they would have a different performance than me. Yeah. It's just like golf, I mean, somebody's, 250 yards out from the green, or 180, they get to choose what they want to do, right? Um, so I'm going to generate this report. I'm going to go back for 2 days. All right. So, and it's only 2 days of data now. It's only 2 days. So she's netted now with that loss, she's netted $1,522. The profit factor is 2.26. And we've had a total of 3 trades, and it's won on 66%. The average winning trade is 1,300. The average losing trade is the one trade is 1,200. So remember some of those numbers. And now I'm going to look at the back test. This is just, I don't have enough data yet for this to be really meaningful. So please, those that are listening and those that are on YouTube, I'm not, trying to promote this particular strategy. I'm just trying to give you some insight as to how we will go about doing this. So now I'm going to go and look. Now, if I do this for days and days and days and weeks, and then I'll have a lot of data, and then I go, ha. So let me go and look at the back test. And the back test tells me over the 2 weeks that my profit factor should run at about 2.05. Okay, so 2 days, my profit factor is 2.22. All right, it's pretty good. And the percent profitable, then this is important to understand and appreciate. The back test is telling me that the percent profitable is going to be as 40%. And we're at 66. Why is that important? That is important because it is a trend seeker. And you're not going to have a high winning percentage. A trend seeking strategy, we can make money as low as 30%, 55, it's usually somewhere between 30 and 50%. If you don't know that, and you don't expect that, and you think that every trade's got to be a winning trade, and you're watching on YouTube, oh man, he just lost $200, I'm going to leave, I'm going to watch that. You'll never get onto a trend, because you don't know what to expect, Now that's my expectations, but I've got to make sure that this thing is performing, is living up to expectations too, so a big part of what we're trying to do for our members and during the Q School is to make you aware of things that we think you need to be aware of. Now, the average trade net, the average winning trade for the past 2 days is 1,200. And so, but that's that. So it's, it's only been a couple of days, but the equity curve, can I bring this into view? Yeah, I can. So this is oh, no, that's actually the back test. So I'm sorry. That's not, that was the back test. Sorry. It's a little too soon. But so if there's any other markets that you want us to plug in, but we're going to let you watch, and let's see if she can dig herself out. It's always fun. Now, boy, if you turn on CNBC, oh man, it was like Kevin McCarthy and the Republicans. Oh man, it's the debt. Oh, they're going to default. They're not going to pay Social Security. They have to close all the parks and that's nonsense. It's just nonsense. It always is. It is. It's always something with these people. And the markets are deep, they're liquid. They really don't give a shit about any of it. It's just money's flowing. If you're on swing machine and and you took that 7-10 trade this morning, it was there before we got started, and you just stayed short because there was no reason to come out, you're up $1,000. Now, if a member came out with 500 and took their money and ran, good for them. If you're sticking around, okay, you're sticking around. On a 5-minute basis, probably a little bit overdone. But the NQ is getting short right in here on a 5-minute. This may run up in a couple of hours, it may be up 2, 3, 4, $5,000. What one has to get away from doing, whether they're using the radar, whether they're using a chart, whatever it is they're using, is to try to get away from making decisions based on the money. If you make the decision purely based on the money, which is where everyone begins, it will be where you end, because you'll be trading greed and fear. And if you're not a drinker before you get started, you will be when you're done, because it will drive you crazy. And it's not, and I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke weed, and but it will drive you nuts. Don't let it. Now we're only going to go YouTube. We're only going to go to we're going to go to noon. It's 10:30 now, so I don't know if it's going to be up. I don't know if it's going to be down. I don't know. We're not, we set out. When we do the live YouTube, we're doing it to create some awareness of who we are, what we're about, give you an opportunity. But I'm not trying to demonstrate an outcome. Please understand that I'm not. You've got to really think about, and I'm not suggesting that everybody should do this. And to the contrary, most people probably shouldn't. It's, but if you like it, you're going to be a rare bird, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. There are 24 trading days, and when you're trading futures, there are 24 trading days in a month. 24. Do you have the patience? Do you have the discipline to just slow your breathing down, slow everything down, slow your swings down, slow your trading down, take your time, and just execute. Don't think about, what you're going to do with the money. Don't target a number. You don't do that on your normal job. You just go and execute and do your job. You don't, I don't think, and you don't want to be doing that in your trading business either. Now, while we're here, let's take a look at, let's throw oil onto a daily time frame, right? So let's see if we can do that here. I'm not, yeah, all right. So let's see if I can do it here. See, we dress this up a little bit with Zoom. There we go. I can get the daily in. All right. So Swing Machine has been short oil for 24 days. That's a long time. And we're trading at 68.73. She went short at 74 and she's in panic. So do I want to initiate on a position trade short oil going out, 2, 3, 4 weeks? I don't think so. Now, can oil go lower? It certainly could, right? And some of these commodities and a commodity, they can stay extended, overbought, oversold. They can really do that at, um, for that 5% but the probability is that we're nearing some sort of oh, dare I say, a bottom, right? A tradable level. So underneath 69, I'd be thinking about trying to get long just on a daily basis. And if I can use this tool, which I can, because it's so easy, I can put this back to a 1 minute. Maybe, knowing that, and I would have known that, last night. In fact, I think we mentioned this to our members, I could come in and say, because the daily is so extended, maybe I should take some of these 1 minute and 5 minute long calls on oil. And if you had done that this morning, you'd be doing pretty good. And just affect a trade. Makes sense, right? And those of you that are really active with options, I'm not saying not to trade options, intraday per se. It's just that it's not my cup of tea because I find them not to be that I gotta, you got to get certain ones. They need to be liquid. I mean, the Qs in the SPY, they certainly are, so you can certainly do that. Um, so you could have, if you didn't want to use a futures contract and you wanted to use options, I mean, you could. No question about it. And gold, gold is also, where was gold on a daily? So let's see if we can sneak it in here. Gold on a daily, well, she's come up, but she was down in here. And I think we even said that last night. It's like, well, she's extended to the downside, right? So, we got the markets extended to the upside, namely the S&P and the NASDAQ. I think I want to start fading them. I got oil extended to the downside. I think I want to start buying that. I got gold extended to the downside. I think I want to start buying that. And and we got the VIX extended to the downside. I think I want to start, going the other way. And that's, what the trading game is all about. If you're constantly, um, you know, just following, the NVIDIA, and we'll just go punch in NVIDIA. Let's do that. Let's have some fun with it and see what they're doing with it. And it'll hang up there, I mean, it's not gonna, they just don't crash them out usually, but let's just put in NVIDIA, NVDA. It's the stock of the day, and she's down $10. Yeah, on a 5 minute basis. Where was she on a daily? She was up in here yesterday, right? Or even this morning. The likelihood she's going to come back. So boo boo, very nice job. Bravo. Bravo. Just don't get back involved. I wouldn't even think about getting NVIDIA, unless you get back down to 330, and ideally you should get back into panic. And NVIDIA was down there, right? I mean, back in January, she was at 160, and what you could do, just to share with you how you could do this, right? So you have your swing machine on your desktop, and you have 500 stocks on a daily. Well, There are going to be some that are run. You can be, oh, man, I missed NVIDIA. I missed Broadcom. How come I don't get those? What you want to do is you want to take all the ones that are currently short. There'll be a ton of them. And those are the ones you want to watch. And you want to set alerts on them. And when they go long, when they come back up and out of their short spell, you want to be on them. And if you had been doing that within, you would have seen NVIDIA. You would have seen Broadcom. You would have seen it back in January. You catch just one or two of those call options during the course of the year, they can make your year. Can you imagine, a $4,000 or $5,000, call option on NVIDIA? Huge, huge. But you need to, we describe this as an autopilot, as a fish finder. You can get yourself a boat. You can get yourself the tackle. You can get yourself all of that. It doesn't mean that you're going to necessarily catch the fish. And I know that. I went out and I bought my waders and I bought my fly gear and I went on vacation and I went out. I had all the stuff. I looked great. I didn't catch shit for a couple of years. I never caught any trout because there were things that I didn't know. I didn't understand. I didn't know. If you know anything about fly fishing, and I digress, do you know there's like a little eyelet at the bottom of the rod? This is how stupid I was, right? There's an eyelet down there, and it's meant to hold the fly. You just hook the fly to it when you're walking up and down the river, you're coming out of the river. That's all it's meant to do. I fed the fly line through that eyelet. If you know about fly fishing, that fly line, you're supposed to be able to let it hang loosely in it. The weight of the line throws the fly. I was trying to throw the fly with it going through that. I didn't know. I didn't know what I didn't know. And, and it took a buddy of mine that did know. He's, the hell are you doing? Oh, I didn't know that. So trading is the same thing. There are just these little things. And you may be off just by a little bit. It may be something really silly. The other thing is, you're not going to, there are some days you'd go out, I'm like, man, I'm going to catch a shitload of trout today. It just feels it. And you don't. Like, damn, they're just not biting. They're just not. And other days, they catch them like crazy. Dynamic. And it should be hopefully as much fun. It needs to be fun. I think, trading, if it's a source of frustration and a source of anger, it isn't worth it. It just isn't. Not much of anything is. Look at this oil trade now. Look at this, right? Oil could go to 70, 71, 72, right? It's running. This 12 minutes, $750 if you were trading that, if that's what you wanted to do. 19 minutes on oil, and I just want to, I just want to take buy signals on oil, and I just want to take buy signals on gold because that's what I like to do. Have at it. Have at it. The robots are fun. The robots are sexy. The robots are definitely a big part of what we do, but you can intervene with them. You can work with them. And they're meant to make your life a little bit easier, and feel like you have a trader beside you to help you, get through, to get it done. We can take a peek at the Pebble Beach, which will be probably ridiculous. Let's go take a look at that thing. Remember the Pebble Beach we were showing you, the trade generator? Let's go look. All right, so check this out. This is crazy. I want to show you something too. We're going to do this live. Let me bring this into view. All right, so here is the Pebble Beach trade generator, right? It's kind of pinched in here. And here are all the trades. So what I can do is I want to sort. So what I need to do, oops, bear with me here. See if I can do this here. Page, settings, page. And I'm going to have the radar sort. So I want all the, let's see, I want the date. I want the date sorted first. So I want all those. And then I want the trade purse. And I want to do it from, I always forget this, if it's from top to bottom, we'll leave it that way. I can actually change the direction of the trade purse. I think I'm going to have it so that it's from, I think we'll go this way. And then the trigger itself. Watch what's going to happen here. Then I hit OK. Yeah, I want to do it the other way. So I'll show you what I mean. I want it to go from low, the purse from low to high. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to go to page again, and I'm going to change the direction on the purse. I'll explain why. All right. So now I've got, it's sorting just today. These are the signals just today. So let me just show you. So there are a total of not 27, but 26, because I have a label row. This is number one is a label row. So first thing is there are 25 signals, and every single one of them is profitable. Every single one. That's a beautiful thing. It's reflecting $10,000. This one's up 6%, 5%, 3%, 2%. Okay. So these could have been some nice option trades, right? Shorts and buys. And then I can also get to see, by trading the purse, I can use the purse to know that I'm fairly close to the entry price, because the purse is very low. So CMG is giving me a sell signal at 2064, and it's only, $1.79. So I'm pretty darn close. Not saying that I want to short it, but you know what? And that does look like a short to me, right? So I'll look at something like that and be like, yeah, you know what? That looks really good to me. Now, I don't know if they got earnings. I wouldn't get involved in earnings, and their options are probably not very liquid. So that's another issue. But technically, this sucker is probably coming back and probably going to be down in here. Maybe I buy a 1950 put or something for like 2 or 3 months out, something like that. Thing collapses and you do well, maybe, but that would be up to you. And then here's Nvidia tripped off, and that was today. Here's Nvidia doing something very specific. It's a very elegant, very sophisticated little program. It took us about 3 months to write this program. It's very, very good. But that's how it can sort. And you could have alerts so that these things are alerting and sending them to your phone. More opportunity than you could have money for. It just truly is. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, I hate when I do that. Now what it's doing, oh, it's hiding. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can. There it is. I gotta grab it and bring it back over here. Okay. So I'll be careful here. I try to Another thing that we just share is, and this is the sort of thing that we want to be able to put on the members website, which is what we're going to be able to do. Is you could go to a radar and have it scanning real time 500 stocks, right, on a daily, and you may have 100 or a couple hundred that are in panic sell, and then you could simply just go and copy them, and then take them and plug them into a intraday radar, an hourly 15-minute, and then when they trip off long, chances are you're going to have, chances are, which is what we're talking about, chances are, probability is, probably going to have a pretty good bounce, and then just pounce on them and just rinse and repeat and just do the same thing over and over and over again. See, the nice thing is that Boo Boo got Nvidia. Great. Now he's going to want another Nvidia. Hmm? And you can spend a lifetime looking for another one. Hmm? I don't know. Nvidia might go on to, make another 8,000% or whatever it's done. Then again, it might turn out like Sun Microsystems. And, he's got all the profit from Nvidia, but, who's the next one? And you can just be running around trying to get them. So it's kind of like that fly fisherman, um, he goes to the river, tries to fish the whole river, or he's splashing around, going from one place to another, to another, to another, scaring all the fish as he goes. Um, so you can have all the tools, but there is an acquired skill and a technique to learn, and you can do it. You absolutely can do it, and it's got to fit in your life, right? I'm in a fortunate position. I have all the time in the world. I enjoy it. It's something I want to do, and so it's not work. It's a hoot. It's fun. Um, but at another time of my life or whatever, I probably, I would have had to have fit it in. I got to travel, or you got to fit it in. I don't think that trading should be, numero uno, eat, sleep, trade. It may seem like that's what I do because I'm here a lot, but again, I'm doing something I want to do, but it doesn't mean that's the right thing to do, or someone has to do that. To the contrary. No, I think turning your machines on, at about 3, 4 in the morning, and trying to get them done, by 6 or 7, I think is a beautiful way to go. And you can test for that, right? You can test for it. A trader also needs to be comfortable with uncertainty. Um, when you go fly fishing, do you know if you're going to catch fish? No, you don't know. You hope you do, right? But you enjoy it. You enjoy being out on the river, and enjoy it. Um, so you have to be comfortable with the uncertainty of it. Oops, I left NVIDIA up there. I guess I should take that down. ESM 23, this is the futures contract. And I will put this back to a 5-minute. You see the money, on a futures contract, like on a daily, or even NVIDIA, on a daily that's there for, for days and days and days. The challenge or the problem, just make you aware, for the new person, the new trader, they won't get in. Well, if they get into those trades, they won't stay in those trades because they don't understand fully how to trade, and they get caught up on the money. It's either greed, like, wow, I'm up $5,000, I'm up 10,000. I better take that money. I better take that money. When the reality is maybe they shouldn't, or they get down. Oh God, I don't want to lose that money. Oh, I better kill it. Then they kill it. And they're constantly just making decisions around the money. And it just isn't going to be a good outcome. They're not going to learn anything and never get out of it. We are aware of the score. It's just that we use profit factor of the score, and we just have a very patient, methodical view on it. And again, we've thought to put in other, there's other criteria, time in the market, it's certainly a risk factor, but the profit factor is very, very, it just gets you right to the point. I mean, if you're running a Subway store, you want to know not just what your net profit is, but what is your return, on the monies that you're investing. What kind of a return are you getting? And that profit factor, I want to know how many dollars am I making for every dollar I've lost. So when we look today, and if somebody's coming through, they may not understand. Someone comes through on YouTube like, oh man, he's running this thing. Wow, he's down like $1,200. Boy, that sucks. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, man, that program sucks. So he's trying to sell me something. He's trying to, and I'm not. But what they don't know is that we ran it yesterday. And for the week, it's up $1,500, and it's got a profit factor of 2 to 1. But but they're not seeing that, and they don't know that, and they don't even know what that means, and they're looking. The other part is too is if a person is scouring the internet and the Twitter sphere, looking for something that isn't real, if their expectations are not real, if their expectations are just not grounded in reality, then they're going to be disappointed. If they, back to the fly fishing thing, if they think that they, you know, buy one of these beautiful, expensive fly rods, boy, honey, if I get that fly rod, it's like $1,500. If I could get that, if I could buy that fly rod, boy, I'd be the best fly fisherman there is. That fly rod isn't alone going to make them a better, give them a better shot at catching trout. It's still gonna suck. That'd be me. Uh, So we'll come in and mark this up for the folks that are maybe passing by. So we have it this trade right here, the 5-minute trade. And this is the trade that went off at 7:10. This was before we actually started the video, the live session, and you've seen that oscillate. It was 8 and 900. You know, that position's up 1200 if a person took that. Here is the NQ. You saw this one live. This one went off at 10:20. That position's up 370, 380. This one went off at 750. It's up 840. This one went off at 950, up 700. And then let's change colors. Then the gold trade, which, you know, love to buy gold. That one off at 720. That's probably going to be up all day. Probably a very good place, you know, to get even calls on gold. That's up 1200. And then the oil trade, as we described, you know, this one's up 250. Now remember, you know, there are 24 trading days in a month. If you take Fridays off, there are 20. You know, $100 a day is 2,000 a month. 200 is 4,000. Do you have the patience? Do you have the quiet resolve? You know, just to, you know, just come in, get your share, and get on out of here. You know, get in and get out. Now, you saw we're running this robot. The first trade, you know, and I can make excuses, you know, I did this, I did that, I could have done this, I could have, you know, but we had a drawdown of about 150 and we had a run up of about 800. And I could have probably used some filters on Swing Machine, and, you know, and Susan probably would have got that trade, at least a good portion of it, because she doesn't like to, you know, we could come in, right? I could come in. I don't have a lot of on the strategy. I don't have a lot of profit targets or stops on it right now. I could place them mechanically. I could, and maybe we should, right? So what I'll do is, if we're up 400 and we say, you know, we just don't want to lose any more on a particular trade, so I can come in. And I'm going to do this on the screen that is running. So let me do this here. I'm going to set I'm going to set a stop loss. Now watch what happens in front of the N up here. See the N? I'm going to set a stop. I'm short, so I want to set. So I'm going to guarantee that I make at least 20 bucks. And I just put that stop on. It's actually after the 3. You see the little asterisk that went in? That means there's a stop there. Let me cancel all. See, the asterisk went away, and I'll put it back on. I better put it back on. So we don't want, the idea is that we don't want to let it turn into a loser. So I'll go ahead and I'll play it. Make sure I do this right. So I'm going to guarantee myself that I make at least 25 bucks. So it's up, you know, 400. I can breathe easy. I'm not going to lose more than 25 bucks, or I'm going to make at least 25 bucks, and I'm just going to let the thing breathe. Now, I could have done that, you know, on the earlier trade. That would have been a smarter thing, because that other one had a run up of 700 or 800 and then turned around and it took a loss of 1200, right? So you could do that. When you're doing that, what are you doing? You are mechanically intervening around a strategy, and it's okay. It's totally okay. And you may be very, very good, and you get really, really adept at doing it. And I hope you'll teach me what you're doing, and we'll compare notes. And this is where we want to. This is the goal. This is the dream too. Why we feel it's necessary to get this other support website built, because we want to be able to put these different lessons and different perspectives there for the benefit of our members. And it's like, how do we do this? How do we best communicate this so that they have a resource to go to? And I think that's I just never thought of doing it. Um, and what was happening was I thought like, okay, well, we got a website, so I got to do it on the website that's there, and it becomes too big, it becomes unwieldy, and 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 it's so we're like, okay, well, let's just build a second one for support, and that'll work. So that's what we're gonna do. Now, what I really like about this particular strategy, Trend Seeker, it's sticky, right? So it doesn't trade a lot, right? And yeah, it can have a drawdown, but boy, it can get in. If this thing, collapses, it could really keep rolling. So um, got high hopes for it, very high hopes. Now, there'll never be, I shouldn't say, I gotta be careful with never, but we don't, this notion of a holy grail, one strategy, one approach, one settings for all markets, that's probably not going to ever be the case, right? Um, you can't do that, fly fishing. You can't do it in basketball. You can't, Celtics. You can't just shoot 3 pointers. I guess not. Uh, um, you know, they came out with a plan, I guess, and they failed to adapt. um, you know, football, you just can't win the game, running quarterback sneaks. And once again, for the folks that might be passing through on YouTube or stock Twitters, if you want us to plug in a particular market, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to, have any conversation you want to have around trading. I get thick skin. Um, happy to answer those questions. I think it's a great opportunity for you if you're trying to find your way. And that's what we're trying to do, is just try to show you what. You okay there, Ted? Kind of looking at me funny. Got a golden retriever. What are you doing? Who are you talking to? We can bring into view that Pebble Beach is always such a beautiful little tool. Someday we got to just bring it up and let that just run and populate, because I really, really do like it. Let me just show you. This is so sweet. So I'm going to bring this into, oh, we got those red lines there. Can you ignore those? But so here it is. And how many trades is it position? It's 30, this 30, 29. And every single one of them is in the money. Every single one of them, with the exception of one, ABC. Amazon, we're getting a sell on Amazon, a Pebble Beach sell. So let's go look at that. Yeah, that doesn't look so good, right? See, okay? GE, that doesn't look so good. This is T-Mobile getting a buy. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, boy, that looks, and that does look good, right? Look at that. There's a nice buy. You know, that's how we get them. This is a view of swing machine on an hourly view. So we get it all. So we got a daily 240 half day, and then here's the 60-minute. So check this out. Here's the 60-minute. 15 hours ago, said to get short at 42.11. We have seen hourly signals last 2 weeks. You write that down, 42.11 short. You might be looking at that for a month. Entirely possible. The NQ got short 5 hours ago at 14,340. Write that one down. Something tells me, this could be, the hour, and here's the Russell at 1545. And then look at the VIX now responding to the market sell-off. The VIX is now trying to get long at 1945. It's right here. So these are big trades here. Now, if you are a new trader, you might get in there and put on that first trade. Wow, I made $1,500, honey. Okay. But, you may have to wait a long time for it to go the other way. And it might run up and be up 5 or 10 grand. Are you going to beat yourself up for not sticking around? Or, so, that's where you have to be, I think, made aware, and you have to learn how to manage that. That makes sense. This market's trending down. And it's got shit to do with the the debt ceiling crap. They'll point to that, but it's got nothing to do with it. And we had just a ton of bearish option trades, populating last night. That were just about all in the money. Beautiful thing. So maybe, here's an idea too. So here's a strategy that we know the trend seeker, it's sticky. It wants to stick. We had a trade earlier, and this is where the machine can begin to train you, train me. And I'm thinking about, I'm like, that trade was up 700 or 800 this morning. I could have, if I was thinking about it, I could have gone in and set a $25 stop. And yeah, it came back and I would have made 25 bucks, but I wouldn't have lost the 1,200. So, maybe I should do that. Maybe when we get up, 5, 6, 700, come in and set the stop. So that trade that's up there, it might, I hope it goes on to make a couple of grand today. It might, but it's not going to add to my losses at all. So, if I had done that earlier, I would have made, what I would have made. And so, the machinery or these trading robots, another analogy might be that's like learning how to bowl with those bumpers in the gutters, so you don't get any gutter balls. Eventually, you can take them off. But if you stand up to go bowling and you're scared and you're like, oh man, I gotta throw that ball down there, get a strike and knock them all down. Woo! And you throw the ball down there and knock them all down. All right. But you got to go do it again. Not an easy game. What? I just do it once. No, you got to do it again. You got to go. Boo Boo's got to go get another NVIDIA. How's he going to do it? Does he know what he did? And I'm not picking on you, Boo Boo. It could be anybody, right? But that's the problem. There is a problem to that. I did have a person. Well, it was my so-called boutique financial advisor. And he says, well, Don, if you make a decision to come out of your stocks, this is what he would say to me. If you make a decision to come out, he goes, then you got to make a decision to get back in. Are you going to know when to get back in? No, I didn't know. And it was just enough to create some doubt. And that's all he was trying to do. I should have fired his ass on the spot because he didn't know when the hell to get in. He had no discipline. He had nothing. We had, fortunately I did get away from him fairly fast. He's had some other things too. He used to tell me he was older and we were in our 30s, and I'd have different ideas that I wanted to do some different things. And he'd say, you're too young. Should have fired him then. You're never too young. You're never too old. What a horrible thing to say to somebody, and he positioned himself. He's still there. He's still in downtown Tampa. There's not a chance in hell he's listening. He's got a big corner office, just an ass. And, he had all the things behind his name, CFP and all this. And he was a VP and a big, 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 big firm. I wanted somebody impotent. You're too young. What a terrible thing to say. He had some other classics. Run from those people. You're never too young. You're never too old. Anybody tells you can't, it's like that scene in that movie. What was that movie with Will Smith and the basketball? You can't do something. Don't ever let somebody tell you can't do something. What does he say? I think Will Smith in the scene says there are people that will tell you can't do something because they can't do it, right? That's what he says, not my words. That's what he says. And there are, and there are. They do it in everything. In everything. Learned early on. I surround myself, with folks that reject that. It's a mental defect. It truly is. I think they're mentally ill. I want to surround myself with people that are going to go do something come hell or high water. Whatever that is. I don't care. And it would come all the way back to fly fishing or bowling or golf or basketball, but I can't play. I'm horrible at basketball. It's always horrible. It's just, that was one sport it's like, Don, that's not going to be your game. I like baseball, but I couldn't dribble. Could not. I had no coordination. A lot of coordination in that game. Being a real athlete. Have you seen that viral video? I saw it again. It came up, I think, because I was pulling up on the Celtics stuff of Steph Curry throwing those baskets from full court. Still, it's unbelievable. If you haven't seen it, he's full court. He's like in casual clothes. He takes a ball out of the rack. They got a basketball rack, and he throws the ball the full court, swoosh in the net. Does it once, okay. Does it twice, does it three, he does it like 5 or 6 times. Unbelievable. How many times do you think he did that as a kid? Now we have to let this go, right? I have to let this go. I can't, if I make a decision purely on the money, let me just describe this to you, right? So you put on a trade and the first trade was down $1,200. And if I'm scared of the money, and I'm scared and I don't understand that I have to experience these drawdowns. I don't like them. I don't want to have them. I don't want water in my waders when I go fly fishing, but I'm going to probably get wet. If I simply come in and kill the trade so that I don't have a loss, then I basically break even. Now, if we only had an hour left to the day, maybe I might do something like that, maybe, and just finish with a $200 or $300 loss. But I got plenty of time. I get plenty of time, when it's 11:30 on a given day. And this program, the Trend Seeker that we're running, is slow. It's slow. It's not trading a lot. It only traded 60 times in 2 weeks. That's not a lot of trades. We have other programs that will trade much faster, much quicker, and maybe that's what you like, but I didn't really want to, be doing too much. We wanted to get something to run slower. So I got to let it run. I still have the asterisk up there, right? So I still got a break even stop on. So just, let it go. Swing machine is still on the 7:10 tea time right here. And it's now up 1,400. Will be, right? And this one, they're still going, still working. Now we will see this a lot, right? Remember, I think this morning the market was all green, if I remember correctly. We will see this. The market will open up and be all green and then roll over and boom, and then trend out the rest of the day. Or it might open down and just, roll over the other way and trend up. And then sometimes just opens down or opens up and just stays up. And you're waiting, you're sitting there all day waiting. Oh man, when is this thing ever gonna roll over? I don't know. If this thing decides to roll up the market, and I wanted to get cute with this trade up here, where am I going to see it first? I'm going to see it on the 1 minute. I'm going to see it right here on the ball flight. These will start to light up green. And they'll light up green here, and you'll start to see it light up here, and you'll see it light up here. That's the most sensitive setting. What that will be is it's not individuals buying and selling stock. It's machines. So somebody's machines are starting to pick off some trailing stops, and that's what they'll generate. But it's nothing to be concerned with right now. But if they were showing up here and here and here and here, I'll describe it in advance, then we know their trailing stops are starting to trigger, and then it's up to you to decide what you want to do. Susan sees those, and she will come up and she will kill her trade and take that money. She'll watch that like a hawk. Truly, and now you're watching it maybe very, very intently, burning a hole in what you're seeing. And I get that. We don't have to watch it that intently any longer, right? It's a glancing view. I'm not trying to burn a hole, and you can see the YM now. on the 1 minute. These are trailing stops, that got triggered. So is the ES going to follow? It might, it might. But we're on the NQ. I don't see it with the NQ, so we could, we'll just keep an eye on it, right? But I'm not gonna, try to trade, I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm not trying to hit, you know, the perfect golf swing every single time. That would get old. I'm not trying to throw the fly perfectly every single time. I mean, it's have fun with it. Swing machine isn't perfect. The market is very dynamic. You're seeing it in a way though that it's talking to you in English, and you're seeing it hopefully in a way that you've never seen before. Me staring at charts, and then when you begin to match markets, one market against another market, and we don't have the dollar in here, we put the dollar in here, we got the VIX, one market's going the other way, the other market's going the other. This is a fantastic tool. Let me show you something. Let's do this. I'm going to just change to maximize space here. Well, actually the dollar is on delay in this account, but it won't matter. XDX. You see the D is for delay, this particular account. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to change this to a daily. All right, so this is really wild, right? You may not think this is much, right? The dollar is trading at $1.04 in a futures contract. It's up $1,600 in 11 days. Do you know how much the margin is? It's like $1,800. You're up like 80 and 90% in 11 days. It doesn't take much margin to get a futures contract on cash. Get cash anyways. Take a little of the cash and get along the dollar. If you want to. Now, what is opposite? What is opposite the dollar? The euro, right? The other biggest currency in the world. Now watch. This is going to make you sick. Can it be this easy, Bagger? It can be. Are you shitting me? Are you kidding me? The daily goes short 12 days ago at 109. And you're up $2,700. How much futures contract cash does it take to get short overnight the euro? I think it's about $3,000, $3,500. You're up 2,700. 12 days ago, 11 and 12 days ago, you could have got long the dollar, got short the euro, used less than, you would have used $5,000 in margin to go overnight, $5,000, and you're up $5,000, 100% return. And you didn't have to read Jim Ricketts' books on currency wars. You didn't have to listen to Natalie Brunell talk about the Federal Reserve or any of that bullshit, because it's bullshit. I just, and those people have thousands and thousands of followers. I see them talking about, a cold wallet, a hard wallet. Oh my God. Cash. This is cash. Just do this all year. I don't know how high the dollar is going to go. We got a short signal on the dollar though when it was at 109, and the euro was at 94, 95. Well, it's up tens of thousands of dollars. So this is, another example of how you can use Swing Machine, which is what we're trying to show you. Different intervals, different markets, and in pairs where they match each other. I can't do this though, real time, every day, because I don't think about and we're not giving out specific recommendations. We're not managing any money, you know, and I couldn't be, I don't think about it. I just do it. So we're just showing you though, and I'm going to put it back to the ES. Now, while it's very, very good, but it's up to you how you want to do it. I mean, if you want to get in, if your expectation is, I got to get in and I got to win on every single trade. See, this is where it's also important to understand about the when you are trend trading and counter trend trading. And I'll explain. When you are trend trading, your win-loss ratio is probably not is it very rarely is it above 50%. It's usually 30 to 50. That means you're going to lose 5 to 7 out of 10 times. Right? If you are a really good trend trader, you're losing half the time. If you don't know that, and you don't understand that, and you don't expect that, and you think you're going to win 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10 times, you are never, never going to be a good trend trader. Your expectations are not grounded in reality. And that's what we're here to try to show, and not in this little video, but during the Q School, to try to show you that and explain that. Because again, think about it. In any walk of life, if your expectations are not grounded in reality, and you're looking for something that is going to fulfill that expectation, you're going to be disappointed over and over and over again. Also, I am not, right? I've been asked anybody to join. Nope, I invite you to stop by the website. We got a new website, and we're not new, but the website is. I invite you to look. It isn't for everybody. Lost my train of thought. It's just that well, what I was going to say is how we structure our memberships are month to month. The annual is the annual, but you can't sign up. We never give like join for, and get 10 months free. We don't. It's month to month because we're trying to give everybody an opportunity to see what we're about, see if it's for you, and give you an opportunity to quit without having expended a lot of time or a lot of money. And in the annual, you can't join for the annual without going through the Q School first. And that's really, you're going to get a great education. You're going to learn a lot, but it also is an opportunity for you to say, you know what, no, this isn't for me. And I'm not going to do this. It isn't. And that's what we're trying to do. And I've been told, there was a particular gentleman, I won't name him, but he was in Europe and England, and he had all sorts of suggestions. Donnie, you should do this, you should do that, you should, you'd have a lot more members, and the stock market caddy would be much bigger and everything else. And you know what? He's probably right, but we're not going to do it that way. I'm not. I would rather do it just the way we're doing it, because I want to give everybody that opportunity. And we have had, not many. Most folks that go through the Q School go on to be an annual member. But we have had, one or two. We had one gentleman just say, I'm just not a computer person. I don't like the computer. I hate the computer. And I'm like, okay, then this isn't going to be for you. He didn't have to be a programmer, but he's just like, I don't want to do it. I'm like, okay. Now he ended up calling back a few weeks later. I'm like, no, it's just and I don't think you want to be doing something just for the money either. That isn't probably going to work out. And I think that could apply to a whole lot of other things too. If you're doing something just for the money. When I was doing what I was doing, I didn't know I was going to be doing it. That was the main gig of, years ago going into surgery. And I did enjoy it. I mean, I enjoyed it. You know, otherwise I wouldn't have, kept doing it. I did enjoy it. You can see here, let me just mark this up a little bit. Let me get a little drawing pen. So think I can draw this up here. Yeah, I'll use, I don't want to use red, so we try to use white. Yeah, no, we got to use a color. I use blue. So you can see here, this is where we got a little bit of buying come in, right in here. See this one? These are trailing stops going off. That's all that is. See it here? This one started it, right? And then this one here. And this is where these are just machines that had shorted the market earlier and their trailing stops are going off. That's all that is. And they see the order flow, right? They get the order flow from, the other brokerages, and they're gonna, and everybody got short and they saw, oh boy, we're gonna crash. Oh man, it's the debt ceiling, and then they taken them up the other way, and that's how they make their bread. That's how come they get the big buildings. Now, but the 5 minute, these trades here, they're still on, right? They're still there, you know, these things, right? They're still intact. So this could dissipate. Now we teach our members, how to trade, when if these 1 minutes go long against the 5 minute, and then ultimately they'll probably, continue. The 5 minute, these trades here from this morning, they're likely to stay there, most of the time they will, they'll stay there. I'll clear up this mess here so I can just erase these. And if we want to get a quick bead, like on the hourly, like, wow, this trade's been short for 710, maybe we should take a look and put this on an hour. We could do this sort of thing. And we look and say, wow, see, this is in panic here on the hour, The likelihood is, that this thing's going to rally back up to about 41.99. That could be 20 handles. That could do that, but we're gonna stay with, what we're doing up here. But so there's a lot of different ways, that you can trade this. Do you want to be a trend trader? Do you want to be a counter trend trader? Maybe you want to be both. Maybe you want a 1 day counter trend and 1 day trend trade. Maybe when you go on a trend, maybe you want to use less leverage because you're not going to win as often. And so maybe when you get on the trend, maybe like down here, instead of trading a mini, maybe I should be trading 5 micros, which is a half a mini. And if I want to counter trend, now a counter trender, they need to win 70, 80% of the time. So, and they're very short, they're frequent trades. So maybe I should use more leverage to counter trend. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I did not know I could do that. Yeah, you can do that. Wow. You don't, I mean, like golf, you can hit the golf ball left, you can hit the golf ball right, you can hit it straight, if you have game. Do you have game? Most of the people on the Twitter sphere or anything, open up a brokerage account, they have no game. They have no game, and they're not interested in learning either. And that's fine. We need them. We need their bread. They provide liquidity. one of the things that I could have done, I'm choosing not to, but if the 1 minute swing machine went long and I'm short the NQ up here, I could go into the micro market and I could get long 5 micros. I could do that. And what would I, in essence, be doing? I'd be hedging the position up here. I'd be hedging it. Why would I do that? Smooth out the volatility in my account. Oh, well, smooth it out. Practice though. Got to practice. When you go through the Q school, what we do is we have a dedicated, we have another Zoom feed and we control the view. So you get a very specific view and we ask you to do very specific things. And that's how, we do that for 3 weeks. That's a long time. And it's good. It's a good opportunity for you to vet out what you can and can't do and to ask a lot of questions because on the first day or 2 days or in 3 days you may not have everything, but after 3 weeks you've had a really good view and a really good opportunity. Um, are you going to roll out and and have immediate success? Well, I hope so. I hope so. We certainly have had members do that, and we've had other members that struggle. We try to be available. We can't maintain the intensity of the Q school. We just can't, but we're available. I won't intrude on people's lives. They have summer vacations, they have families, they have other gigs, but they know where to find me. And we can always, we may not be able to, to solve a specific something, but we can always have ideas about maybe to try different approaches or different tools. And we want everyone to do as well as they can. We've had some folks, blow us away. I absolutely have. Do better than us. And it's just totally fine. Doesn't hurt us. It's not a zero-sum game. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, so we said we're run till noon. I'll probably let the strategy run itself. We got to stop on it, but I'm not going to bend your ear all day. I've already talked more in a couple of hours than I do all week. But your opportunity to ask any questions if I see some other folks coming through. And the more folks we have, the more apt we're able to show this isn't the only approach. I hope you're not doing it just, you're on delay, you haven't been taught, you haven't had a chance, we give you a very specific instruction on how to trade this swing machine, but I think hopefully you find it a little interesting. So we'll be nearby. Enjoy. We'll keep it up. Okay, so I have to step off for a moment. So I'm not tethered, I'm not tethered to the screen or to my desk. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate. Again, we're doing this. It's a bit of an experiment to create some awareness, right? And it's your opportunity to ask questions. If we have your email address, we forgot actually to send out an email broadcast to let people know that we go live. So we're going to start doing that. So if we have your email, um, you'll get a notification. I guess you could push a notification on YouTube as well, but make sure that we have it. And occasionally we will do other special things at all hours of the day. But if you have any questions, you want us to plug anything in, we're happy to do that. And Swing Machine is very unique. It does not use any of the traditional tools. We've been doing this for years, right? So we've had Swing Machine more than 10 years. It isn't the MACD. It's not the moving average. We wouldn't get this type of consistency and performance by the, let's see. Oh, this is Oh, I'm sorry. This is a 60-minute. I meant to get that. I was like, how did that change? I'm sorry. I want the 5-minute view. Here's the 7:10 tea time. I'm sorry about that. I left that on 60-minute. And but if you have any questions, it's looking at packets of information. Susan wrote the program, wrote the math. We wrote the program together, and it's just a beautiful thing. It is very, very helpful. And the more you look at it, the more you trade it, you'll become a pro. Ask any questions, we'll let you watch. And again, if anybody has any questions that might be passing through on YouTube, don't hesitate. I'm Bagadon. This is stockmarketcaddy.com. We're monitoring the Swing Machine Plus, but the trading robot is called SMC Trend Seeker. It's trading 1NQ. And the first trade of the day was a down one, 1208, and this one has brought us back. We've been running since yesterday, since 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. yesterday. We ran for the full day, and then we'll do the same thing today. And we've been doing this for some time. But the profit factor for the Trend Seeker is so far this week is running between 2 and 3. 2 and 3 profit factor. It's only had this particular strategy doesn't trade a whole lot. It's seeking trend, and so it's not going to trade a lot. We know from the back test, we have a pretty good feel for how many times it's going to trade, what the average run-ups, rundowns are going to be. The average winning trade is about $1,100. The average losing trade is about $300 to $400. That's average over the last couple of weeks, and trades about 60 times, 30 times a week. So it's not super active. We have other programs that are, but a trend following strategy isn't going to be super active. The win-loss ratio this week is at 66%, but the model tells us that the winning percentage is really going to be down around 40, 45. And we can make money with a winning percentage that low because it is a trend seeker. Now, that little asterisk that you see up there beside the NQM23, so that little asterisk, I have gone in and put a little break-even stop loss in there. So that particular trade cannot lose money, barring anything crazy. If it was to come back, it would at minimum make $25. So we're going to kind of keep the brakes on this. We had a nice run up on the first trade. We probably should have done the same thing. We didn't. A lot of these robots that can be built in. We can build in clocks. We can build in stops, chandelier stops, all kinds of infinite possibilities that we can do to help a person or a member manage their business, manage their time. We can hedge these things. We can do all kinds of things. And Swing Machine, which is not trading, but showing us, potential trades. This ES 5-minute went short at 710. It's ripping against the short, but it's up 900, but not much more than that. The NQ went short at 1020. The YM at 750. These are all today, and 950 this morning. And gold just turned down here in the last 20 minutes. It had a nice run up and has just turned down. And same thing with oil went long at 920. It was up much more than that. The market they pulled in here a little bit middle of the day. If you have any questions, don't hesitate. Again, we're not new. We've been around for a long time. We don't advertise though, right? So if you found us, it's a bit of a miracle. And feel free to visit the website. I guess I should type that in. And from there, if you have any questions and you want to address those or put them in the chat, we'll be here for the most part. I will be eating a lunch here shortly. When we do get up and down. Again, when we're trading like this, we're not tethered to the machine. I'm not sitting here watching every tick. No. So be sure to visit our website, which is stockmarketcaddy.com. And also be sure to sign up on a mailing list, because when we do these, you can certainly follow on YouTube and push the notification button, but we forgot today, we'll try to send out an email when we go live. And if we have your email, you'll get an email if you want it. If you don't, you don't, that's fine. We don't want to be spamming anybody. If you have any questions, let us know. If you want us to plug anything in, we did that earlier for NVIDIA. And if you had bought the Swing Machine, if you had put $25,000 into NVIDIA on a monthly basis off of Swing Machine, you would have bought it back in 2013, you would have turned $25,000 into $3 million. If you had put, what was the numbers now? I think it was 25,000 just at the beginning of January. I think that was I returned over 100% too. So you can use these tools on any market, on any interval, on any leverage that you want to do. Entirely up to you. If you find yourself trading from the money, oh, I'm up so much money and down so much money. I think you're going to find it difficult because embedded in that is greed and fear, and it's just makes it really, really difficult. And so that's why we're all about. I think it's good to have good discretionary skills, and we have those. We can teach those. It's good to have them. You can certainly use them to make some fantastic trades and investments. No question about that. It's just that trying to do that day in and day out, when you're trying to create cash flow, that becomes a challenge. So what we try to do is move the person toward becoming more mechanical, not giving up on discretionary, but just doing less of it, and maybe more broadly, becoming more mechanical, becoming more robotic, and then ultimately creating your own hedge fund. Your own, what I mean by that is not soliciting, I'm not suggesting soliciting monies when, and we're certainly not. But isn't that wild? Hello from Senegal. Isn't that crazy? Hello, how are you? I think we're on the same latitude, aren't we? I think we are. That is crazy. Um, we have, we're not new, but our website is new, and we just loaded up the Google Analytics now. We didn't have that before, and we can see where people are from. It's really crazy. The world has definitely gotten a lot smaller. But hello, good to see you. So I'm happy to answer any questions. But we try to move folks to the realm of mechanical trading, and then robotic trading, and then robotic hedging. And we use golf as a metaphor because it's, we could have used other things, but we think it should be fun. It's a serious endeavor for us. I mean, this is not a game. It's not a toy. This is very important to what we're doing. But we just think it should be fairly enjoyable, right? So in golf, they talk about having a mechanical golf swing. When you see a good golfer, you just see him get up and hit the ball, and it looks beautiful, right? It looks effortless. But behind that are very mechanical. Can we use your algo for a prop firm challenge? Not sure exactly what you mean by that. Yeah, so, but just finish the thought is that, behind a fluid golf swing is a lot of good mechanics. And so it may look fluid, but there's good mechanics there. If you want to send us a private note, but our membership is our membership. We're basically a mentoring site. So we don't we don't look for partners, with financial firms or anything of the sort. We're yeah. I'll just say this is that the only none of our individual tools are for sale individually. Okay, no problem. We may have talked before. Because the question seems familiar. So I'll just address it this way. None of our individual tools, including Swing Machine, are for sale. But they are available to you through an annual lease, and a person can get all of the tools, all of them, and they get them for an annual basis, but they must go through what we call a Q school. They must. And we want to make sure that they understand what we're about and what these tools are about, and have an opportunity basically to say, no, this isn't going to work for me. Now, if at the end of that Q school, you don't have to have had TradeStation during the Q school, but if you have TradeStation, it's all the better. At the end of the Q school, if you want to become an annual member, then you do need to have TradeStation, because these tools will only work on TradeStation. What you do with these from there is none of our business. So whatever you want to trade. I mean, if you're a prop trader or whatever it is you're doing, but they will only work on your computer, and they will only work at your TradeStation account. Now, will we have run into some issues, unfortunately, in some parts of the world? you're restricted as to what you can get. And so I don't know what that is. But here in the States, everyone can get TradeStation and in most parts of Europe. And so, but it varies. It varies. So but you would need to have it. So when you ask, can we use our firms for some sort of a challenge or prop challenge? I mean, you can, and we use them. In fact, there's going to be a CME challenge on gold. I hope I'm not too late for that. I should really go and look. I saw it advertised and then it went away. And we wanted to register for that so we'd compete. Let me see. CME challenge 20, if they're still doing it. Yeah, it starts June 4th. What's today? Yeah, so it's probably not too late. Yeah. Precious metals trading challenge. Go for the gold. One of the most, yeah. So we're going to sign up for that. So, are you ready to go for the gold? On June 4th, CME is launching a Go for the Gold precious metals. Turn the train. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that. So we got to sign up. It's going to run from June 4th to June 9th. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And first place is a gold bar. Let's try to win it. So we're going to enroll in that. Thank you. You just reminded me. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate. So we're signing up. The CME, this is available to everybody. It's free. And you'll have to trade off of their site, but we're going to trade our tools and it's only on precious metals. So you get to compete with everybody. There'll probably be, it could be anywhere from 1,500 to up. We've done pretty well in the past. You never know. And we're going to do our best. Now, we're not going to stay up 24 hours a day to get it done, but we're going to give it our best shot. I love these things. So let's see if we can get ourselves signed in here. Oops. There we go. And we have just registered. So beautiful. So be sure to go to the CME and sign up for it. Compete with us. It's free. Oh, and you do have to take a little course. We'll do that today, which is always good. Education is always good. Okay, sorry about that. We're still in the same trade. Um, so it's hanging right in there. Let's see. I think we're still in the same trade. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. It reversed course on us. I see what's happened. Ah, da, 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 da. Let's see. Okay. Um, yes, we're gonna need to. Okay. Um, all right. So we're fine. What happened there? Um, we had to stop and she doubled up. So, but that's okay. We're back in gear and the strategy is running. So we're good. If you have any questions about who we are and what we're doing, don't hesitate. But we gotta give some updates because those earlier short signals they have dissipated, right? So if our members took their bread, so let's review what Swing Machine is doing here and now, right? So I had stepped away, and so in the strategy is SMC Trend Seeker, and it's running what it's running, and that's what it's doing. Swing Machine is also presenting trades. So let's take a look. The first thing is this guy up here. We want to come and look at the VIX. What is the VIX? The VIX is a glance. And there's a number of ways to do it, but this is a futures contract on the VIX. And it basically is a reflection of put and call buying in the options market. And it can tell us if the market is bearish or bullish on a very, very short, quick view. And it's not fail safe, but it's very helpful. And so let's mark this up, show you what I'm going to do. So we see that the VIX, and it's a contrarian indicator in that if the VIX is trending down short, and we'll signal this. Now, I almost never short the VIX. I will buy the VIX, but I almost never short it. Because if you ever short the VIX, and God forbid, China shoots down an American plane, you could get your account, flushed out, volatility would just explode, God forbid. But the VIX turns down at 1250, Now that itself is an early warning that the market sell-off is running its course and we're probably going to go the other way. So let's go look. So we're going to go namely to the ES market. And we come to the 5-minute interval, and here it is right here. 6 5-minute segments ago. That's what that 6 means. 6 5-minute segments ago, or 30 minutes ago at 1:30, the ES went long. And if you took that trade, you're up $275. The NQ, so 1250, and then just 40 minutes later, the ES goes long. The NQ, that went long on a 5-minute basis at what time? At 1:35. The Dow, that went long at what time? 1:10. And the Russell, that went long. The Russell 2000, that goes long at what time? 1:35. Isn't that crazy? 1:30, 1:35, 1:10, 1:35. Within 30 minutes of each other, 500 of the biggest stocks, in the market, NASDAQ, they all go long. How and why do they do that? The markets are commoditized. This notion that it's a market of individual stocks. There are individual stocks, and you can do very well with individual stocks. But for the most part, when you're buying or trading the market, you might as well be trading lumber, sugar, oil, gold. It's a commodity. But there's a lot of financial media around and a lot of, there's stock pimps, right? That's what I like to call them, stock pimps. They like to sell individual stocks and tell you a story. We're not going to do that. So that's what it's done. And it's all green and we're headed that way. Gold is also trying to get long. It is long. It's underwater a little bit. And then oil gave up the ghost. It was long earlier and it's gone short again. So we'll just leave that alone. But we've been trading robotically here since 9 a.m. and we're basically even, right? So we haven't, it hasn't drawn any blood and it is what it is. Now, this particular program has been running since, but we did turn it off yesterday, and we're going to do the same thing today. We want to turn this strategy off. I'd like to turn it off like around 3, between 3, 3:30, if not sooner. We may even do it sooner. So we did that yesterday, and I can tell you, I can drill down. And by the way, let's put a, we're up 450. So I'm gonna plug in. Now notice there's no asterisk in this, right? Watch what happens. Watch NQM 23. I'm going to set a stop, a sell stop, to guarantee that I make 25 bucks. And it's on. And that's what that little asterisk means. It is I just got to make sure that I'm intervening with the strategy. I got to make sure that we don't double up. We were doubled up there for a little bit. I stepped away. It could have been, we're okay. But so you're always, when you're intervening and you're trading mechanically with a robot, you got to make sure that the robot knows what you're doing, you know what it's doing, and you're not doubling up and everything's staying in sync. So I could have made a little mistake there. It was a mistake, but we got away with it. And we will go through things like that in the Q school to make sure you're aware of the mechanics. All right, so I want to go and I'm going to do this. And I want to tell you, since yesterday, that this little strategy, this little trading robot, let me give you some of the details on how much money it's made since yesterday and its trading characteristics. Now, when I share this with you, I'm not saying anything. I'm not making any claims that this is what it's going to do for you. This is what it's going to do for me, over the next, whatever. So please don't think that way. It has made, without counting the 500 bucks that are up there now, it's made $2,068 trading one mini. The profit factor is 2.71, which means it's made $2.71 for every dollar we have expended. That's very respectable. Very, very good. There have been a total number of 5 trades. The percent profitable is very high, 80%, right? We were only expecting 40%, so she's doing pretty good. And what else can we tell you? It's been trading for 1 day and 7 hours. Percent of time in the market. Yeah, that's not exactly accurate. There's a reason for that I won't get into. The other trade analysis, total number of trades, 5. We've had 4 winners, 1 loser. Average time in trade. We're averaging, it's in the trade for about 2 hours. Pretty interesting. It's running on a 1 minute interval chart. If you are an annual member and want to know the specific chart, the specific settings, and you want this is a beta strategy, you want this. If you hear this video later, or you just let me know and we'll send it to you and give you the details. Okay, so, but I'm not going to get into that on YouTube. But I just want members to know. And there we have it. So that's a beautiful thing. Let me see. This is over just 2 days. So the average winning trade has been $818. The average losing trade, well, we only had one, was 1,200. So that's, so we don't have enough data for that to really mean a whole lot. The drawdown, the average drawdown of all our trades, though, has been a little high at 898. It's a little high. The average run up, but still is 657. Yeah. So, but we just don't have enough data yet for that to be that meaningful. But just to give you an idea of what we can do. And why is that data important? Because we can go there and we can look over. So let's just roll this out. Let's say that, we've been trading this for 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, right? And we're going to stay with it, by the way. We might start trading some more markets with it. We'll stay with it. We got something that's, giving us the result. We got dozens and dozens of others, but we're going to stay right here, unless we got a member that specifically is asking us to do something. But we will want to collect that data and compare it to the back test of, so we can see, are we doing better than or the same as the back test? And right now we're doing better than the back test. So it's a beautiful thing. Now, we've been on for hours yesterday, right? And other than maybe just some idle discussion, I haven't shown you one chart. I'm not even looking at a chart. I haven't even looked at a chart. It's running on a chart. There's nothing for me to see or do. It's doing it. Why? I don't need to, be glued to a chart. So if you find yourself glued to a chart and, oh, it's going up, it's going down, and you get super focused on, right here, right now, and, Swing Machine can tell us everything we need to know. You can see where the market is, on a 1, 3, 5 minute. The market is getting a little extended. It needs better stay above this level. If it drops below, I could use that as an excuse to take the profit. I could, right? I could do something like that. I do have a stop loss there, but you could, if you were doing this and it's like, okay, I get it. She's trading. I'm up 470. Maybe what I'll do is if these all stay above my midline, then maybe I'll stay with the trade and maybe I make, maybe I make that 1,000 or make something more. If it falls underneath, maybe I go in and I grab the money and wait for the next trade. I mean, you could do that sort of thing. That's why it's also impossible to give anybody any kind of performance data, specific performance data that is meaningful to them, because it's all different. And my performance is my performance. We have members here, Jeff and Ken and Steve and Chris, I think was here earlier. Their performance is their performance. Your performance will be your performance. Doesn't matter what they do. It only matters what you do. Makes sense. Now, if you choose to come into our Q school, we're going to stay with you very, very close. But we are going to get you trading. And then we're gonna try to educate you, make you aware, try to coach you. But you're gonna have a particular style, you're gonna have some strengths, you're gonna have some weaknesses, and we'll try to work with those is the idea. We have a new website we invite you to visit. If you haven't signed up for the mailing list, be sure to if you want. We try not to spam anybody. One of the things that we're working on, we're going to do is we're going to maintain that website for it to do what it does, which is people can go and get information. But for our annual monthly, for all of our members, monthly and annual, we're actually going to build a second private website, probably be called, Stock Market Caddy, something Pro Shop, something. And that website will be under Lock and Key. And that's where we're going to put the nightly videos. We're going to put in other real-time tutorials and other things, because we don't want to be spamming our members with emails And there are different things that are going on, different things that we're working on, different things that we think could be helpful. And so we want to have a place to deposit that information so that members can pick and choose and go there when they want. That'll be the idea. And I can't think of any better way to do that as an added expense. This isn't a website that we're going to, well, we don't even advertise the other one, but but it'll be under lock and key. It'll be totally private. I hope that makes sense. As opposed to if we were going to create private pages to the other website, but you start adding to the website and it slows things down. It becomes unwieldy and cumbersome, and so we're probably going to go this route. We probably should have thought of that before. That was part of the problem why our website, we went to update it, and it presented some issues, and that's why we were down for a week or two, the hosting company. So we're trying to think through what we're going to do next here and move slowly. So that's the idea. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. I'm going to get back to being quiet, and we'll just kind of watch. And we haven't traded a whole lot here, right? We have not. We can give you some stock reports. Let's tell you what's moving, because we can trade stocks, right? Let me show you. Let's bring in Pebble Beach. Let's show you this. That's pretty well. Let's sneak this in here. What I need to do is I probably need to lose those things. I can put them back. All right, so this is Pebble Beach. Let's see if I'll put it up here like that. This is scanning 500 stocks real time. And it has generated, it's right here, 34 signals, long and short, 34. The purse is reflecting a $10,000 investment or trade, buys and sells. 30 there, because you include the label row, there's only not 35, but 34. So the first thing is it's profitable in every single one. Every single trade. Isn't that crazy? It's really, really good. So if you came in and got Intel, got some call options at 29, you're doing pretty good. That would have been today. You could have gotten, yeah, could you have gotten that? The low was 29. So it gapped up a little bit, right? So there can be some gaps, actually, no, I'm sorry. Came in at 30.04. So could you have gotten that? Yeah. Absolutely. It opened at 29.70. So Intel goes long at 30.04. If you had put $10,000 in there, you're up 6%. A call option, boom, you would have nailed it. So these, this is what they've done. And what I like to do, and it's scrolling, it's telling us now this one here is underwater. This is at ABC. But these aren't up that much, and it gives us the entry price, and it also gives us a stop level. And it generates them all day, every day. And this is where we get our stocks. It's a beautiful thing. It's a great, beautiful tool. And it's called SMC for Stock Market Caddy Trade Generator Pebble Beach. And let's see what else we can tell you about stocks. Let's go get an idea who's moving. Broadcom is up another 12 bucks. Intuit up 12. Equix up 9. Is that McKesson that turned around? Remember that McKesson? Yeah, see, McKesson was selling down this morning, and it was right at the top of that gap. It's not where you wanted to short it. Would have been a great opportunity to buy it. Autodesk up 5, Humana up 5, Regeneron. Beautiful. And the stock's getting hit. AZO down 91, NVR down 54, Booking down 28, NVIDIA down 14, getting hammered. They're getting pulled back. NASDAQ, some of the same stuff. Team up 7, Costco up 4, T-Mobile, Netflix up a couple. Netflix, I would be fading Netflix. I'd be fading it. That means I'd be getting short, or betting on the downside. But how might I do that? She's trading at 395. I think what I would do is I would do a call credit spread. I think I would sell a call at 400 and then take a portion of that money and buy a call like at 405 or 410 and price that out and do that over about 40 days. That's what I think I would do. And define my risk. I'm not going to go bonkers. Some other opportunities, electronic arts, a little bit overdone. ANSYS, ANSS, overdone. Broadcom, overdone. Team, overdone. Apple, same thing. She's trading at 180. I think I'd probably sell a call at 180, turn around and buy a call at 185, something like that. Adobe, overdone. They're overdone. To the downside, I'd be looking at expressing some long interest in PCAR, PCAR, Fiserv, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Dollar Tree, and Booking.com, ADP, Automatic Data Processing, and Mondelez, MDLZ, if they don't have earnings. Now, those aren't recommendations or anything. Those are just opportunities that are being presented to us by our machinery. And our members, as members, they have all this on their desktop. Just got to learn how to use it and develop the confidence and go slow. But you don't have to, and you don't have to be paying for, some of these people, you pay for a membership, then they want you to pay for risk ranges, then they want you to pay for the alert service, then they want you to pay. No, we don't do that. And we do have a membership, and then that's it. You get everything you get. And you get it and go get, work it as hard as you want to work it. Monthly members are unlimited. Annual memberships are limited. We will only issue a certain number of licenses every year. It's a big commitment, and we cannot grow too fast. We can't. So last year, we stopped writing annual licenses in November, right? So it was about, early November, we had to stop. And a lot of those folks, came, at the first of the year. We still have, we have, room, but we have a limited space, and you have to go through the Q school, and we will only do no more than, right now we're saying no more than 3 at a time. Even that's, usually it's 1 or 2 at the same time. We really want to give you individual attention and have a chance to watch this. We will set up a view. You won't be on YouTube. You'll be on a private Zoom, and we'll set up a view. It'll have charts. It'll have programs, and we control that view. You don't have to have TradeStation, but if you do, it's a bonus. So if I was to close this trade, it's pushing, 215, we would be profitable for the day. We're going to let it run. And do you remember how early this morning it was just red? Well, we're selling it, it's crashed. Oh, it's going to be the end of the world. It's going to be, we didn't add to any of that, right? It's, It said, if the market turns around, we will see it. It can't get past us. Swing machine's like a hockey goalie. It can't get past you. You would have to, just ignore it. Why would you ignore it? You could see the buying if you've been watching, and we've been taping this, by the way, but you can slow it down. You can see the buying coming in. You do not want to be short this market right here, right now. So I just let it run. Just stay the hell out of its way. And now I could make up some shit if that makes you feel better. And do you find yourself asking who's buying this crap? Who's buying this crap? Who's selling this crap? Who cares? Do you really care? No. And that's the rational side of your brain. Check it at the door, right? Learn to let it go. It's actually quite relaxing. It really is. Your rational brain will work all day, every day, doing other things and stimulating it. But for this, just park it. Just stay in the present. It's very meditative. Just don't even think about it. You can see once again, there's a little bit of selling coming in, right? So now they're going to do the opposite. Their machines are going to have trailing stops. Let me draw this in. Let me go get it, right? See? There they are. These are, whoops. If we get it, it's going to be on the 1 minute level, and they're right here, and they'll start to come in. And what is that? Well, whoever started that buying back around, 1 o'clock or whatever, their machines are starting to sell it a little bit, right? Now we don't know if it's going to manifest into something bigger. If I wanted to be really, really aggressive, I could come in and close that trade up there and at least get us back to even and wait for the next bust to come through. But you know what? I'm going to just relax and not even do that. I'm not going to overthink it. That okay? And I'm going to clear that writing. Now we have registered, if you go to the CME, which is out of Chicago, the Chicago Mercantile, they occasionally run these trading challenges. We've entered a few. We had one. It had about 1,500 contestants. It starts on a Sunday. It runs for the week. And one of the first ones that we did on Thursday, we were number 10 out of 1,500. And we finished, I was trying to be in the top 3. That's where you make any money. And you have to do it on their site. I was using our tools. I was doing something very specific, and I was showing everybody what I was doing. And we ended up finishing 20. So we didn't get in the money, but we didn't embarrass ourselves. We were number 20 out of 1,500. The next one was 1,600 registrants. And similar, going into Thursday, going into the last day, we were ranked in the top 10. I think we're like 9 or 10. And I stayed up all night to win it. And at 5 a.m, we were ranked number 2. I actually took a screenshot of it. We were number 2. And I simply ran out of gas. When you get sleep deprived, you make mistakes. And I had to get some sleep. I was tired. And it ended at 1 o'clock on that Friday, and we finished number 7, which is documented out of 1,600. So we'll enter it again. I'm not saying that we're going to win it. I think we'll do pretty well. We usually do. I will do everything I can to be in the top 3. I will use our tools, and I'll keep you, abreast or apprised of it. I registered under stockmarketcaddy.com. So if you go there, they'll have public standings, and hopefully we'll create some awareness there. I'd like to, it can't be gamed. You got to compete with everybody, and it's through their real-time site. So you could register too. And you can probably see the challenges, that 88, if you were trading a 1 minute, 88, 89 minutes ago, if a person took that, yes, they're up 700. And here 81, they're up 1,000. But trader A may have made 200, trader B may have made 500, trader C may be riding that a little bit further. That's and there are techniques for reading and interpreting this. Then we can't get into great detail on, but um, and when you can have this on a desktop, and then also it's allowed, you can have a chart up, and maybe that chart isn't time-based, but maybe it's a Renko, maybe it's point and figure, maybe it's a line break, maybe it's another advanced bar type. Then it's kind of like this is your dashboard looking at instruments on a plane, and then you can look out the window and see the horizon on your chart, right? So, we got plenty of members that can trade right from here, but if you learn to trade from here and then couple that with a chart, and then couple it with all the indicators are automated, and then the strategy is automated, then you're just picking and choosing. you know, um, it's a different game. It's just different, than what we see everybody else doing. Now, this trade that's on there, it's got an asterisk there because I did load in a stop. So we will not lose money on that trade. It will at least make $25. So, and if it was to come back and do that, chances are we're going to get the other side of the trade coming back. And so, I'm very confident that we're going to be able to finish up here today with a positive number. I think we're in pretty good shape. We were probably a little bit sloppy this morning when we had a nice $700 or $800 run up, and I never should have let that get out of hand and come back the way that it did. So, we'll learn from that, and we can program that. I didn't program it. We were just getting started. And so you do want to keep your focus. We're not talking to our members all day, every day. We're doing a little bit more of the YouTube right now so that we're kind of reconnecting with everybody and getting the website active again. But I'm not at all. And I don't really think about, what we're doing. I mean, we just execute, right? We can go back and look. Let's go to the ES. Let's put the ES back on a 60-minute. Do you remember? Do you remember when the 60-minute was in panic? Do you remember where we were? It was at 41.78 or 79. And at the time, we said the midline was at 41.99. I said, it's probably going to bounce back up to where? 41.99. Look where we are. No. Now, am I clairvoyant? No. Is it a guarantee? No. But it is probable. These guys are math guys. They're writing math code to play the probabilities. That's what they're doing. And they're just shaving it. They're shaving the money all day, every day. They're selling the public a pipe dream. That's all. They just need their bread in there and they're shaving it. Now we're probably, it's right in the middle on the hour and we're getting into the last hour. So this, we could be right back down so let's put this back to a 5 minute. We won't get too cute here. So I do have a little decision to make, do we want to take this profit? And because now it's a little bit later, it's not noon, it's not 10 or 11, we are getting into the last hour of the day here. So I think we should probably play fairly conservative here. So we still have the stop on, everything's still green. We'll see if we can ride this here, but I might be thinking, well, maybe today won't be profitable. We got to just keep our losses, but we're not going to lose on this. We're not going to be adding to it. But if I was to take the profit here, I knock us even. And so we still, be very good. We'll still be up over 3 grand for the week. So we'll just kind of watch it here for a little bit as we go into this 2:30 hour, 2:30 Eastern Standard Time here in New York time. Markets closed. The public markets close at 4. Futures, of course, stay open. So we'll just wait. But maybe you would do something different and that'd be totally okay, right? Sometimes on the golf course, you get down a hole or two or a shot or two, and you got to do some things that maybe you don't want to do just to get your golf swing back in sync and not, you got to know when to press in a golf tournament and when not to press, right? I like to press when I'm up, not when I'm in a hole. I like to try to get, back to even, get back in position and then begin to press. And if we keep doing this, another analogy, we've got folks from around the world slipping in and, we talk baseball here, or maybe it's cricket, but we're forcing if the market is the pitcher, we're forcing the pitcher to pitch to us. We're not just swinging at everything, forcing him to pitch, forcing him, we're long, put some pressure on me. I don't want the pressure to make a decision. Otherwise, I think I'll just sit tight. Everything's, we got a little bit of, see the little bit of selling that came in. Those are just machine sells, right? That's all that is. Now, if you want to be a real active trader, you talk real fast, you play golf real fast, you're real fast at everything you do, and you want to get in here and trade all those little moves. I mean, you could. That's just not me. I'd rather not work that hard. And we appreciate the like buttons on YouTube. It helps us right in the beginning, and we're embryonic in this, and we don't have, unreal expectations in that regard. But it does help with our metrics, and we appreciate the retweets and spreading the word. If we're apt to get more, more people watching and asking questions, we're more apt to show you what we're up to. Can't necessarily do it every day. We're not committing to that regiment, but this week we're gonna be around and during the summer months for sure. But if you have any questions, let us know. There's no reason for us. I'm just looking for a reason. If I was to make an emotional decision here and just, take the money to flatten it out, it would be just an emotional. And I'm looking for a reason to come out of that long, and I just don't see it on Swing Machine. The VIX is short on the 5 minute at 1250. It's underneath its mean, and you know what? If it can hold here, that hold these levels, we could get it. We could get another squeeze here, from into the 3:30 hours. So I think I could have an opportunity to get a nice squeeze still. So we're going to sit tight, but we're not going to get that many more trades here today. Not this program, right? It isn't that active. Now we have some other high frequency programs, that'll be, trading a whole bunch of times, if that's what you want to do. But and that's fine. That's fine, and we will demonstrate some of that. But right now, the market's been rather sticky and really pretty patient. So we're going to be patient too. Okay, we're going to come in. It looks like she's stalling to me. So we're going to we're going to take that. We're going to close that position. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let's make sure we do this right. Yep. Sure we don't have any other open orders. And then what I'm going to need to do is I want to let's see, I want to reset my strategy. I'm going to do this very quickly here. And it just didn't look right to my eye on the swing machine. And I was thinking, you know what, that might have been it. So we'll see if we get another turn down. So we're down for the day, 179 bucks. You know, no fuss, no muss. If we can catch another trade here to the downside, it would have to be to the downside. You know, maybe we get profitable. So we still got plenty. We have plenty of time. Still, it's only 2:49, but not a whole lot. I don't want to be trading into the evening hours, so we'll see what we got. Now, for the week trading this, right? Let me give you the exact detail of where we are, right? So we've improved our lot here. I'm going to run a trade analysis, and so we've for the week we've made $2,550 for yesterday and today. We have a profit factor of 3.11, right? Pretty good. We got 6 trades and we got 83% winners. So we're doing a little better job on that front. And the average length of time in the trade is an hour and about 2 hours, hour 48 to 2 hours, depending if we're on the long or the short side. So that's where we are. And now I was influenced to take that because I could see that, we had run up there, up into that, that 4,200, into that midline, a couple of times, and Swing Machine they just slammed it. And it looks like, maybe we're going to get this right. I think we would have given up a lot of that profit. So if we can get another trade off, we should do all right here. Now, that is mechanical, right? A little mechanical, a little discretionary there, but I'd say more mechanical in that, so I was trying to help the robot a little bit. Sometimes I will, and a lot of the times the robot will be teaching me, saying, hey, I should have been more patient. So we'll see how this plays out. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get another one. We're still running it, but it just she hasn't fired. I tell you what, we'll let her run. You know, we can't take it into. I won't take YouTube past 4:15 or so, but just in case she fires off one here. Um, it looks like we could have done it mechanically. I didn't want to force it. You know, little torn here in the last half hour. I don't usually like to take any trades in the very end, but we'll see. We'll see if what she does here. She won't go long, right? She won't. She's already long, right? We mechanically came out. So if she does anything, she'll take a sell. So I'm okay. I'm okay with that. We'll see what happens. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to get a sell-off, right? That's okay. We just stay out of the market. We're not going to force it. We're going to turn the strategy off, right? So we played all day. They didn't draw any blood on us, right? And so we'll now I could have, should have, stayed with the trade. If we had stayed with the trade, we would be up, yeah, still 400 or 500. So we got some of that. But the issue there was that we're losing time, right? And I don't want to have to trade at night. So we're going to disable the strategy, and the strategy is done. And I want to just go look at something here. Yeah. All right. So we're good. We're good. Swing machine, 15 minutes, 137, 27, 5 minutes. These signals, certainly would have worked out pretty well. So I want to say thank you for those on YouTube that stopped on by. You have any questions? Let us know. Visit the website. Think about what you're doing. If you're getting it done with whatever you're doing, keep doing it. But you don't want to be giving it back. You want to advance. It's okay to, you're not going to go from peak to peak, but you don't want to be falling back. You have to advance, hold ground, advance, hold ground, advance. And the only way we can think to do that is to do it, repetitively, mechanical swing. So we'll let you watch until about 4:15 or so, thereabouts, just in case we get anything bizarre. Well, actually, we turned it off, so no, there's no point. So we're going to turn down now, and be sure that we have your email, your mailing list, and if you want to be part of it, and call anytime. Thanks. Have fun.